At times of peace and times of crisis, civil and military stakeholder needs must balance safety, security, environment, and operational requirements to maximize airspace efficiency, to guarantee military mission effectiveness, and to deliver aviation sustainability. We need intensified civil-military cooperation, collaborative decision-making, and interoperability to build a system that is jointly and flexibly managed. Answers today.
Good morning. Welcome everyone to the Global Civil-Military Aviation Summit, organized in cooperation with ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. I'm Major General Carsten Steuer, head of the Civil Military Cooperation Division at EUROCONTROL. It's a pleasure to see so many of you in the room today. And I'm pleased to hear that many are following us via the live stream. Indeed, this event is being live broadcast. I have the pleasure to be your master of ceremonies for the morning session, a role that I will sharing with Porek Kelleher, President of the ICAO Air Navigation Commission, who will take over in the afternoon. Thank you, Porek, and thank you and your team for setting up the summit. Before we proceed, I'd like to invite my colleague Timo Blunk to provide you with some organizational details, including a quick security briefing in case of an emergency. So please, Timo.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, sir. Short briefing and short update. In case of an emergency, we have one general number you can dial from in-house everywhere. It's, as you can see, 99000 to make sure that we are aware of any emergency situation. For any evacuation, please follow the green sign, standard European signs to go out, and leave everything here. Don't take anything with you. Like in the civil aviation business, we leave the aircraft as quick as possible. As you can see, the black sign is the Europa meeting room or Europe meeting room where we are. The green box is the lobby, and the best and quickest exit is via the main entrance where you have been coming in. For the evacuation, we will meet when you're coming out of the building to the left side. It's a parking area where we meet, and we will do a head count in case of an emergency. We would like also to say that you switch off your microphone, or at least to switch it to mute. So if you receive a phone call, please leave the room and take it. And for the visitor, we have a Wi-Fi network, which is free. And you just connect to it, and then you have a free access to all your emails. Information for the recording and the social media. We would like to inform you, and you have maybe seen already that we have some photographers here. We will live stream the event, and we of course will also share it under the social media platform. I hope you will agreeing on this. If not, please let us know or let me know that we make sure that you are not on the pictures. Shuttle service is also me. At 16:10, we have one shuttle service to the airport. We have to leave sharp. We only have one bus, and the second bus is at 16:30 back to the Schumann roundabout. If you need any taxi, you have to contact me. I will arrange the taxi, and you get the number and all the stuff. Okay. Last but not least, since I talked yesterday to some of you, if you have arrived here with a private car, non-Belgium number plate, you have to register your car on the platform. As you can see, the link low emission zone Brussels. If you're not doing it and you were behind NATO, you could be flashed, and then it's a little free of charge ticket of 250 euros and above. The positive thing is you have free access for 9 months to Brussels. This is a positive you're buying with this. So please register. Even if you yesterday were downtown, you have 3 days time to register the car. It's just 2 or 3 clicks. This concludes my part of the briefing.
Thank you, Timo. We are now all set, I guess, to dive into our event. We have a very busy agenda ahead of us, featuring an impressive lineup of top players representing the global civil and military aviation. I would like to thank you all for being with us today and for joining us here in Brussels. I'm sure we are going to have a very stimulating debates and insightful keynotes on civil-military cooperation in aviation, exploring how this cooperation is evolving, with a focus on the implementation of flexible use of airspace worldwide. After all, the sustainability and efficiency of the global aviation system hangs on busy skies that are jointly and flexibly managed by civil and military partners. Without further ado, I would now like to invite EUROCONTROL's Director General, Raúl Medina, to deliver his opening address and share with us his perspective. Raúl, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to open this strategic summit. It is fantastic to see so many senior civil and military people in the audience. And we also have an amazing lineup of speakers today. Also, a big thank you to our partners in ICAO, especially to the Secretary General Juan Carlos for their work on organizing and supporting this important event. Actually, the first one addressing at the same time the civil and military dimensions. In today's security environment, a strong civil-military cooperation has never been more relevant. And EUROCONTROL, as a civil-military international organization, has a huge role to play in building these dual considerations into all of our activities. EUROCONTROL works in a complex ecosystem. We have a number of different roles that are relevant for this summit. We are the network manager in Europe. We control part of the European traffic through our center located in Maastricht. We are working on the future of CNS, and we have a clear mandate to drive innovation as a way to be ready for the future. This conference brings together 2 very important elements that are at the heart of our EUROCONTROL Raising the Bar program, our program to take European aviation to the next level. The first element is the vital importance of cooperation, partnership, and engagement with the stakeholders as we really look to face challenges together. The second element is the vital need to balance civil aviation needs and military requirements. We all share the same airspace and we must share it in a flexible way. Actually, that's the main focus of the summit. How to increase awareness of civil and military needs now and in the future, and guarantee a flexible and sustainable use of airspace. Today, we are witnessing the so-called new normal, a need for increasing military activity to keep Europe safe. The invasion of Ukraine last year was a shocking reminder that the unthinkable can happen, and we need to be prepared. We meet today close to the end of Air Defender 23, the largest deployment exercise since the foundation of NATO. Air Defender has been designed to do just that, to ensure we are prepared. I was in Germany yesterday, actually not yesterday, on Tuesday, during the Air Defender Visitors Day, and I could see and I can say that we are indeed prepared. I have had many discussions with the civil and military stakeholders since I became DG of EUROCONTROL to talk about how to deepen cooperation. To me, the preparations for the Air Defender are the perfect example of how we have to do things and how we have to cooperate now and for the incoming years. For this exercise, we started to work hand in hand with the NATO, the stakeholders, and the German military well in advance, performing some simulations to analyze the possible impacts on civil traffic. After all this joint work, we came to the conclusion that civil aviation can operate without setting any cancellation program beforehand, just with some acceptable delays. So we made it. Let me give you some figures coming from the network manager about the impact of the exercise so far. On average, we have observed around 20 to 25,000 minutes a day of delays, which means around 20% or even less of total delays, which is not much. Just to compare, one day of the big industrial action we saw in March and April caused more than 100,000 minutes of delay. So far, so good. We still have 2 days before the end, but so far the exercise is going well and the situation is being very well managed. As I said at the beginning, a very good example of how we have to engage in the future. Let me now touch on the tragic situation of the terrible war in Ukraine. On this, we must remain strong politically and also operationally. I had the opportunity to physically visit Kiev in January, reinforcing our support to one of our member states. I met with politicians, aviation leaders, soldiers, and civilians. EUROCONTROL, as an organization, is doing everything possible to support Ukraine, specifically to ensure that aviation there can resume as quickly as possible when the war ends. This includes assistance on ATCO training, support on CNS, on cyber, airspace reopening scenarios, and safety cases. And again, working hand in hand with our military colleagues. The Air Defender and the support to Ukraine are indeed topics for today, trending topics, but we also need to look at the future and what is coming. This conference is the perfect opportunity to make again one of our core arguments. We need to factor the needs of both civil and military into tomorrow's planning. This is not only about today, but also about tomorrow's. There are critical challenges ahead that will require the strongest possible civil-military cooperation. Together, we must, for example, move to net zero, integrate drones, accommodate high-altitude traffic, and work to integrate new requirements associated to fifth-generation aircraft. These are just some examples. A set of huge challenges for developing the European and global machinery that the EUROCONTROL and ICAO are embracing together. Again, this is all about working together to find common solutions. That's why EUROCONTROL has recently launched a coordination initiative with the NATO and the European Defence Agency to share information on strategic matters for the military community so that we can interact more and better. In short, we need to engage and need to keep engaging to be successful. This summit offers the opportunity to do just that. And I really hope that this will be the first of many events in the future. To conclude, we in aviation are a community, and that community is both civil and military. The fact that you have come to EUROCONTROL today shows this strong commitment. So let's continue to reinforce the way we are working together, the way we are interacting, as in the end, we will better serve our people and our society. So thank you very much. Enjoy the summit and your stay in EUROCONTROL. Back to you, Carsten.
Thank you, Raul, for this opening speech and interesting words that you found for our summit today. And I would like to proceed to the next topic. And this will be Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General of ICAO, has kindly prepared a video speech that I would like to share with you now.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to open this event, and I regret not being there in person due to previous commitments. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Raul Medina, the Director General of EUROCONTROL, both for his kind invitation today and for his enduring support, engagement, and partnership with ICAO. I was also pleased with my productive and successful visit to EUROCONTROL last month. This summit is a milestone in renewing our commitment to work together to realize mutually beneficial civil-military aerospace cooperation and safe, efficient, secure, and sustainable skies. Enhancing the implementation of flexible use of aerospace concept globally is a first and highest priority in terms of achieving our shared objectives and to optimizing all related operations. Further to the publication of our 2021 Manual on Civil-Military Cooperation in Air Traffic Management, ICAO has been conducting numerous workshops to support states. These have also benefited tremendously from the improved regional coordination established during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I would like to take a moment here to commend the related efforts and outcomes of the European Aviation Crisis Coordination Cell. Addressing future requirements is a second and important priority, given the incredible pace of aeronautical and propulsion innovation and the need to integrate new generations of aircraft and new entrants to both civilian and military benefits. Additional ICAO developments are being pursued today in the context of a number of new aerospace concepts and approaches that will have important impacts on civilian and military aerospace coordination. One example is the FFICE, of FFI's concept, pertaining to flight and flow information for a collaborative environment, which addresses the limitations and constraints of the current flight pathing mechanism. FFIs will enable the transition to a fully collaborative information environment where a flight trajectory is shared and optimized during all phases of flight, improving trajectory-based operations. Air traffic flow management is another important aerospace management development and one which is now being appreciated for its safety and sustainability benefits, in addition to the congestion avoidance it was designed to address. The ATFM evolution is about ensuring that air traffic control capacity is optimized and utilized to the maximum extent possible, and its implementation importantly serves to intensify international collaboration and information sharing. ATFM also relies on coordinating ATM in contingency measures and recovery plans, and throughout the pandemic, it demonstrated its effectiveness in terms of managing aerospace disruptions, prioritization and exemptions, and regional and interregional traffic flows in collaborative and harmonized manner. Remotely pilot aircraft systems is another key area in the civil-military domain, and ICAO has been hard at work developing new provisions for their licensing, airworthiness, operations, C2Link, detect and avoid capabilities, and other airport and ATM requirements. We have also developed model unmanned aircraft system regulations for states, which specifically address demands for aerospace access by smaller unmanned aircraft outside the conventional ATM system. ICAO has also started to work on advanced air mobility operations, which will require new communication, navigation, and surveillance systems, and new sources of aeronautical information, all in a highly digitalized environment. With respect to higher operations, while we are still years away from regularized operations, there is much to prepare for. Higher space functions can be provided at a fraction of the cost of space-based solutions, promise significant benefits in terms of remote access, humanitarian and disaster relief, and planetary system monitoring, and should serve as another breeding ground for strengthened civil-military cooperation. Concerning the resilience of international air navigation system, we must recognize the challenges associated with new emerging digital technologies and processes that can expose the system to cyber attacks, which can disrupt operations at a local or regional scale. ICAO is very focused on this threat, and we are working closely with a broad range of air transport and other stakeholders to safeguard our networks, digital identity management, and ensure the resilience of aviation digital infrastructure and systems. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead to the near and medium term, we should take note that countries adopted ICAO Assembly Resolution A4110 last October, which addresses the approval of state aircraft to operate in airspace where reduced vertical separation minimum is applicable. This helps to underscore why ICAO standards in this area focus on the importance of effective coordination among all airspace users, which is a third key priority in this area, and why we find ourselves gathering again here today. I will conclude by reaffirming ICAO's strong commitment to work collaboratively with states and international organizations to address these and other emerging developments and to foster improved civil-military aviation cooperation in every country and every region. Thank you for your attention, and wish you every success in this summit.
So I would like to thank Juan Carlos Salazar and his team for supporting civil-military cooperation and helping us in the organization of this summit. Are you pushing the next slide? Or should I do that? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted now to present our first keynote speaker, Sir Stephen Hillier. Sir Stephen is the chair of the United Kingdom Civil Aviation Authority and former chief of the Air Staff of the Royal Air Force, and will present us his view on the challenges faced today by civil aviation. Sir Stephen, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. And Carsten, thank you very much indeed for that introduction, and to Raul for inviting me to deliver the opening keynote address at this global civil military aviation conference. I think a timely event on a vital issue. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to offer a UK Civil Aviation Authority view on the implementation of the flexible use of airspace. I'm equally delighted, I have to say, to see the broad attendance at this conference, which I think to me demonstrates the combined civil and military and international commitment to stepping up to this challenge, which we all face. And I'm also delighted to be offering a UK civil aviation perspective, underlining that despite, shall we say, some other well-publicized recent matters in relation to Europe, the UK remains an integral part of aerospace in Europe in the round, and specifically in the context of today, a full part of EUROCONTROL, indeed a part since 1963, and I think most recently underlined by the formation of the Technical Cooperation Office last year between the Civil Aviation Authority, the National Air Traffic Service in the UK, and EUROCONTROL. And all that's vitally important because there's ultimately no enduring solution to any aviation challenge, and perhaps especially airspace, which is not international in nature, be that in Europe or indeed wider through ICAO. And that includes from both a civil and a military perspective. So Carsten touched a little bit of my background, and indeed the reason that I was asked last year by EUROCONTROL to speak at this conference is that my career bridges across civil and military aviation. I started my flying career 44 years ago as a private pilot licensed by the Civil Aviation Authority. Then for 39 years, I was a pilot and a commander in the Royal Air Force, and then ending up as head of that service. And now I'm back heading this UK Civil Aviation Authority. I've flown military aircraft in most corners of the world, but most especially in Europe, and I've been based in mainland Europe as well. I know the challenges of securing sufficient access for military training needs. I know how those needs change as we adapt to the requirements of new military capabilities. 5th generation, looking to 6th generation combat aircraft, for example, live and virtual training constructs, and increasingly the integration of uncrewed systems into training scenarios. Now, I do recognize that it's 4 years since I finished flying military aircraft and since I left the Royal Air Force. So my knowledge of current military thinking may therefore be more limited, and I'm sure there's been much more progress than which is going to be discussed later on by my colleagues, Major General Thierry Dupont and Lieutenant General Lance Landrum. But I do expect that the general principles have remained constant. So I'm going to touch back a little bit on our time as an Air Force commander. I would have naturally been clear that military training needed to be segregated for good safety reasons, and with the risk of mid-air collision between military and civil air traffic always at the top of my safety concerns as chief. And I have to say, it's also high up my risk register in the Civil Aviation Authority too. However, I was also well aware of the impact of my military training needs on civil air traffic. I could understand from a military perspective the impact of reserving permanently or temporarily large volumes of airspace. I could see that special use airspace use had grown in recent years, largely incrementally and from previously established airspace designs. I also knew that the military was not universally good at planning, using, and especially deactivating airspace when it was no longer needed. And then, even if it was not the intention, we often gave to civilian operators at least the appearance of inflexibility in our needs. And on the flip side, I could also see that even when military airspace was deactivated, air traffic management systems did not always seem good at then using it. The concept of the flexible use of airspace was there, but it seemed to have limitations in practice. Perhaps not all airlines had sufficiently sophisticated and responsive flight planning operations. meaning that by default, they would fly longer than necessary routes. Perhaps it was the lack of appropriate high-level operational management systems, or perhaps it was a lack of communication, or indeed just a lack of confidence. Probably it was a combination of all of those things. My sense also was that the military had always rather felt on the back foot on airspace, that the pressure was always to reduce military airspace in favor of civil needs, leading to a sense of protection from the military side. It certainly didn't always seem to be part of the narrative, as much as it arguably could have been, that promoting the flexible and most efficient use of airspace could be of equal value to both parties. In other words, that larger volumes of airspace could be designed and used more purposefully for both military and civil benefit. So that would have been my perspective in my former life. Well, now that I'm on the other side of the bridge, how does it feel? Well, my understanding of all of those military needs and challenges has not changed as a result of now heading up the Civil Aviation Authority. Undoubtedly, though, I have far greater knowledge, understanding, and insight of the needs of civil aviation. Indeed, just as the military felt that their needs were secondary, I now find that civil aviation can often feel pretty much the reverse in terms of priorities, and that opportunities for the best use of airspace are being missed. What seems clear, therefore, is the vital importance of ensuring that we work together to put in place the cooperative governance, processes, procedures, and technologies which will ensure that we can use airspace in the most effective and efficient way. We share a common interest. My fundamental approach to the challenge is therefore to see civil and military not as competitors for the valuable resource which is airspace, but as partners, working together to deliver the best collective outcomes in a complex and demanding environment. We are all the air professionals in this room. Nobody else is going to solve this problem apart from us. Or if we give it to somebody else, they'll come up with a solution that we won't like. And if the economic arguments for cooperation have always been there, on the civil side especially, our ambitions now make the case compelling. Those ambitions are very clearly a challenge for both civil and military aerospace, as we simply must ensure that the fuel which we burn is not wasted by flying inefficiently round airspace which could otherwise be available. It's a key part of meeting our sustainability challenge. So from all of that, I really do welcome, firstly, Carsten, in your role here at EUROCONTROL as the head of civil military cooperation. I welcome Raoul in your vision for the organization about raising the bar strategy, and I very much note the encouraging member states on cooperation at the civil and military level. And also, Padraig, from an ICAO perspective, I welcome your support for the cooperative arrangements. Let me now turn to some reflections from United Kingdom perspective and give you an insight into how we're getting on with that cooperative approach and the flexible use of airspace. Starting at the strategic level, one of the UK government's highest aviation priorities is progress with our airspace modernisation strategy. We all know the demands for airspace are growing, not least with new technologies such as advanced air mobility, remotely piloted air systems. Demands are equally growing to move from an airspace design based on requirements of capabilities in civil aviation of many decades ago to one that is based on today's platforms and today's traffic management technologies. And critically, a design which ensures that airspace is used in a way which minimizes our environmental impact, both sustainability and noise. I have to say, though, the need for the strategy is also the product of many years of the UK suffering a rather disjointed, multi-track and diffused responsibility approach. We need a single integrated plan, which is what we are developing. Now, much good work has been done to develop the airspace modernisation strategy over the last few years. The UK government is clear that they expect us, the sector, the regulator, and all of those part of the enterprise to move towards implementation and do it at pace. That covers both traditional airspace users and adapting our policies, processes, and potentially risk assessments in relation to the sort of new technologies which I mentioned earlier, including, for example, BVLOS operations by uncrewed systems and greater use of electronic conspicuity. It also touches into areas such as our enablement of space launches from the UK. And the CAA has been the UK's space regulator as well since July of 2021. And we've already issued over 300 satellite licenses and licensed the UK's first spaceport. I know that securing airspace for space launches is an increasingly significant issue across Europe as space activities continue their rapid growth too. What then is the Civil Aviation Authority's role? We are an authority and we work within the legal and policy framework set by Parliament and the Secretary of State for Transport. At the moment, that means our responsibilities are to develop long-term strategies for UK airspace and to consider requests by airports and air traffic control organisations for airspace change proposals. In doing so, we are required to consider safety, efficiency, and environmental issues. Those authorities do place certain limitations on what we're currently able to do. Sometimes the expectations of us run ahead of what we currently have the authority to deliver. So that's something that we need to consider further if we're to be able properly to consider the system as a whole, to make changes which balance needs across an ever-widening range of users, and to move faster. I should emphasize as well to this audience in particular that whilst our airspace modernization strategy focuses on providing the UK with open, efficient, and equitable airspace use within the UK FIR, the changes which it will deliver also offer a significant benefit by the UK to European air traffic management in terms of continental and oceanic performance. It's a critical part of our thinking. So that strategy, it sits alongside the principles of the flexible use of airspace, and it sits within the context of the UK's fundamental approach to airspace design, utilization, and regulation, which is a joint and integrated civil-military approach, which brings significant benefit to both civil and military airspace users and offers environmentally and cost-effective aviation benefits. This approach, tightly coupled to air traffic management and aerodrome safety regulation and oversight, offers the value of a systematic one-stop approach. It's further enhanced by our regulatory status as an arm's length body to government and the separation of us from air navigation service providers. That independence allows us to make balanced and evidence-based judgments and decisions which aim to give the greatest benefit in an unbiased way, having consulted widely and being fully transparent in our processes and outcomes. Let me give you some confirmation of what our joint and integrated approach looks like in practice. At the top level of governance, the Royal Air Force's Assistant Chief of the Air Staff is a non-executive member of the Civil Aviation Authority Board. So there is military insight and coordination taking place at the top level of civil aviation regulation and oversight. At the planning and delivery level, operational military subject matter experts, in our case, the Defence Airspace and Air Traffic Management Team, have for a long time been embedded within the CAA. Military and civil people working alongside each other day to day, coordinating and working through not only tactical and operational issues, but also considering strategic ones. This body in itself is overseen by a joint Air Navigation Service Committee, working under terms of reference which have been jointly sponsored by the Secretary of State for Defence and by the Secretary of State for Transport, and is chaired by the Director General of Safety and Airspace Regulation at the CAA. We believe this sort of top to bottom close partnership is essential for ensuring that there is transparent and efficient use of airspace and enables the success of respective civil and military enterprises. And that includes responding rapidly and flexibly to operationally essential activity. It is the maturity of the relationship which has developed over many years between the CAA, Ministry of Defence, and air navigation service providers, coupled with our embedded staffs, which allows us to reach rapid agreements. Now, in going through that, what I don't want to imply is that the UK has somehow cracked the problem in every respect. There is still an enormous amount of work still to do. It requires an ongoing commitment of support and engagement from national, civil and military providers to invest and deliver the people, the tools, and the infrastructure needed to support the flexible use of airspace. Operators and flight planning organizations must also invest in the tools and training necessary to take full operational advantage of the benefits. And a break from traditional or legacy flight planning and routings must also be taken to realize the full future benefits. We also need to get better understanding whether desired civil and military airspace design objectives, outcomes, and utilization performance are actually being delivered in practice. And that implies further investment, perhaps at the European network level, in modeling and monitoring tools to determine and ensure optimum efficiency and that environmental performance targets and outcomes are being met. And as a specific point, consideration should perhaps be given to including military activity into the scope and work and responsibilities of the EUROCONTROL Performance Review Commission, which could add significant understanding and value to delivering a modern and carbon-controlled European network. And allied to that, the Civil-Military Stakeholder Committee has been established and is collaborating along with the Civil Military Organization of Military Coordination Offices and Network Management Function in the EUROCONTROL organization. And that seems also to me to offer great promise for efficient and equitable access to airspace. So I've covered a fair amount of ground here. So as I conclude, let me summarize what I think are the main areas of work that I think will get us even closer to our ultimate goal, that airspace is no longer civil or military, but treated as a common resource and allocated according to user requirements. Number one, we need to work ever more closely together with a common sense of ownership and a jointly owned plan. Number two, we need properly constituted and empowered national and international governance bodies which can own the joint plan and oversee delivery. Number three, we need to invest not only in the technology needed to enable flexible use, but also the people, the training, and the tools to deliver interoperability. And fourthly, we need to be able to set objectives against which we can measure whether our plan is working in practice and to ensure that we're recording benefits, most notably in relation to promoting sustainability. Now, what I don't offer there is somehow the full solution, but I think we won't get to the solution unless we have those sort of four issues in mind. There'll be many more areas of work, and I very much look forward to hearing the views of others throughout this conference. But my headline for the flexible use of airspace is that we share a common interest between civil and military aviation. It's vitally important that we work ever more closely together in its realization. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Sir Stephen, for this great contribution, which helped us to understand the problematic faced by the civilian side in the context of the military requirements. And I really liked your view as airspace is a common resource rather than being separated on a civilian area and the military part. Passing on our next keynote speech of today, I would like to welcome Major General Thierry Dupont, Air Component Commander, Belgium Air Force. Major General Dupont, as Belgium Air Chief, has an extensive experience on civil-military cooperation and will help us to understand the specifics of military operations. General, the floor is yours.
Raoul, Karsten, generals, ladies, gentlemen, good morning. It's really a true pleasure to stand in front of you on the occasion of the Global Civil-Military Aviation Summit. It will undoubtedly prove to be a very interesting day, with keynote addresses and SME panel discussion on a very interesting and important topic nowadays, to say the future of flexible and sustainable civil military usage of airspace. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the Aviation Summit for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on military operations linked to the consequences of today's security reality and the implementation and integration of next generation platforms in our European skies. A lot of water has passed under the bridge during the last 3 years. The pandemic has put a lot of strain on our society, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine on 24 February 22 is a significant challenge to our safety structure. Russia's military aggressions against Ukraine constitute a tectonic shift in European history and has returned our continent to the days of Cold War with all it entails. Whatever the outcome in Ukraine, this seems to be the new strategic reality for the foreseeable future and places NATO's northeastern flank, and particularly the Baltic region, in the forefront of a new east-west front line, or European border. It also has a serious implication in a large part of the airspace over the EU, making the numerous threats present in the air domain more visible and underlining the urgent need to secure access to our airspace and to safeguard the ability to operate and to train adequately. The EU's strategic compass states that the air domain is critical for the security of our territories and population, as well as for international trade and travel. This is a theory. Now it needs to be put into practice. An increasingly congested European airspace, combined with the continuous development and modernization of the aviation sector and the air traffic management system, brings about many opportunities, but also risks, challenges, and threats. This could, and most probably will, limit access to and control of the airspace. The military capability to act with the foresight and to respond immediately and effectively in all operational domains, including in the air domain, depends on our ability to control airspace and to use air power. We must ensure a free, safe, and secure European access to an increasingly congested, and as we have seen lately, contested airspace for all civil users, EU member states, and their security and defense actors. Civil and military aviation are mutually supportive. Civil aviation is a powerful driver of economic growth, mobility, prosperity, and welfare, whereas military aviation is an essential component that complements and protects the civilian interests. Therefore, we want to be able to respond to imminent threats or rapidly react to a crisis at all stages of conflict, any conflict cycle. The gradual air traffic recovery is now well underway as we leave behind the major impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, but it brings with it many challenges in terms of congestion. At the same time, we are witnessing an unstoppable expansion of, for instance, US operators, both military and civil. From a military perspective, these are hard to detect tactical and strategic UAVs are highly survivable and pose a significant threat that can only be countered by new Western capabilities, such as technologically advanced fifth-generation fighters, short and long-range surface-to-air missiles, and a robust detection and surveillance network. The integration of counter-UAS systems in the overarching air defense system is challenging, but vital for the effective protection of our airspace. Hybrid threats, such as satellite jamming, are also increasingly manifest, even within the European Union itself. Hence, the cyber and space domains are of utmost importance as they contribute in a permanent way to critical aviation services. This is not a vision of possible threats we might face in the future, but it is an everyday reality. The hard truth of a global proliferation of technologically advanced, cheap, and easily accessible systems, a new era of threats. It emphasizes once again the importance of civil cooperation and coordination, which should be reinforced to ensure complementarity. Our traditional ideas and understanding of the threats and the role of air power in addressing them have been challenged by the recent war in Ukraine. Observations are forcing us to face the facts. Very capable systems are deployed near our borders, with a new, large, effective footprint reaching far into our territory, such as long-range air defense systems, ballistic and hypersonic missiles, and different types of unmanned area vehicles. Additionally, the development and implementation of anti-access area denial concept is becoming more frequent in our immediate environment. This aggressive posture and strategy creates a buffer zone to its benefit and poses direct threat to our security and day-to-day freedom of action. Cyber attacks in the space domain using advanced electronics warfare systems have also been witnessed in preparation of and during the invasion of Ukraine. The impact in terms of airspace management was immediate. Civil users avoided Ukrainian airspace as it was closed, while airspace management had to cope with a massive increase of military activity to, from, and in the vicinity of NATO's and Europe's eastern flank. Even non-state actors are challenging our security, both on EU territory and beyond. For instance, through the increasingly malicious use of drones and new technologies. Bottom line, we need to be prepared for times of crisis and need to be able to conduct EU air security operations, including air support, rescue and evacuation, surveillance, and disaster relief tasks. A thorough strategic reflection of how to preserve uncontested access to airspace can only be achieved in close cooperation with the civil aviation community. The war in Ukraine, the use of Russia's full-scale military capabilities in many domains, and the vast proliferation of spared, yet cheap and easily accessible technology among non-state and state actors is a major wake-up call for most, if not all Western political leaders to invest in the military. Massive amounts of money are currently being spent, and even more is planned to ensure the EU member states do not lose their technological edge. The ever-changing nature of the current geostrategic military environment means that more resources are needed to ensure that we are armed against an uncertain and changing global order. Belgium, for instance, is increasing its defense budget and is investing considerably across all of its branches. More specifically, the Belgian Air Force will very soon have a fifth-generation fighter. The first Belgian F-35 will be delivered by the end of this year in the United States, and in just 2 years' time, we will see it in the Belgian skies. The first Belgian MQ-9B Sky Guardian will be welcomed next year. This medium-altitude, long-endurance UAV will provide Belgium and its partners with an unprecedented capability to project air power anytime, anywhere, a true and reliable strategic high in the sky. In addition, the Belgian Air Force will implement its brand new basic flight training concept as of next year, which will require a more performant trainer aircraft with specific airspace requirements. Last but not least, in the medium term, we will acquire short and long-range ground-based air defense system for home-based defense and defense of strategic sites in Belgium, among others, the EU and NATO headquarters. It actually goes without saying that the implementation of these advanced capabilities until specific airspace requirements. To operate in case of conflict, of crisis, but obviously also to train on day-to-day basis. This is not only the case for Belgium, but it is a reality throughout Europe. And the exercise Air Defender that is happening last week and this week in Germany just prove our airspace is important to share. The evolved training and employment tactics that these capabilities imply dictate the need for an innovative approach to the organization and management of national and European airspace. A more flexible and dynamic booking of appropriate training airspace, also based on modular principles, developed in close consultation with all stakeholders, is already being addressed, but needs further evolution. Given Belgium's geographical features and specific location in the middle of several major global hubs, we, as military users of the airspace, are well aware that the current situation in the EU's congested airspace calls for evolution. Many, if not all, future platforms being civil or military operated requires access to the same chunk of medium level and upper airspace. For several years now, we have been formulating this new airspace requirement and analyzing the potential of our national airspace. However, many European nations face similar challenges, and some have great potential to be tackled at a multinational level, of course, alongside a variety of national airspace solutions. This is the main reason why the Belgian Air Force has been at the forefront of the flexible use of global solutions. We are convinced that civil and military aviation communities must work together to accelerate the process of change towards flexible airspace management as we adapt to a new world order and security reality, with more advanced threats and cutting-edge capabilities coming our way. So it must be clear that the 5th generation fighter, military drones and training aircraft will also train and operate in the Belgian airspace. The challenge is to improve the ability for existing and future manned and unmanned air capabilities to train for times of crisis and conflict and to conduct security and defense mission in peacetime. Of course, we understand all too well that civil stakeholders have also specific needs. Cooperation, mutual understanding, and trust are of utmost importance as airspace is a scarce resource. The flexible use of airspace is a tool to find acceptable solutions and to strive for the most efficient use of the available airspace. The basic principle is that airspace should be used flexibly in order to meet the requirements of all users at any given time and to improve the overall network performance by reducing delays. In addition, the military contribution to the concept of flexible use of airspace is of great importance as it allows the optimization of civil flight paths, thus helping to limit the economical and environmental impact. Thanks to the joint efforts, the Belgian military and civilian aviation communities are well advanced in terms of FUA implementation. We have evolved from a very rigid method of fully segregated military and civilian airspace in the early 90s to a particularly flexible system of booking-based airspace use plan, our national version of the advanced FUA concept, which was officially implemented as of January this year. We've come a long way since the introduction of the military flying window 25 years ago. This system made the so-called military airspace available to civil users outside this defined military flying window. However, during the military flying window activation, the airspace classified as military was not available to other users, whether there was any planned military activity in that time frame or not. Moreover, this military airspace was only released to civil use on the day of execution. Thanks to military data sharing via the LARA tool, awareness, coordination, trust, and confidence increased tremendously, allowing further development of airspace management. Unused military airspace between day and night flights could be released through the updated airspace use plan, and later even a concept was created with Maastricht Upper Area Control Center MUAC, where free routes airspace above flight level 365 would be released during any daytime slots where no military activity was planned. In 2019, a Belgian Airspace Vision 2030 was developed to address an improved way of operating in the limited airspace available in line with the objectives of the Single European Sky. The vision is based on several pillars, not only on airspace structure and airspace management, but also on the integration of Civil air navigation service with a highly reliable and efficiency. Our airspace, one system, is its guiding principle as a unified, flexible, and seamless airspace requires in-depth coordination between air traffic controllers. Hence, the crucial importance of coordination between skies, military air traffic control, and MUAC. By the end of 2019, a first milestone was reached with the co-location of the Military Air Traffic Control Center with the Civil Air Traffic Control Center of Skies at its premises at Stenokerzeel. It also provided the required incentive to create a Civil Airspace Management Cell, the AMC, at the same location in September 20. Over time, trust and confidence between the partners grew to a level where it was deemed mature enough to extend the FUA principle used in Belgium. A major enhancement was the introduction of the rolling use plan. The first trials took place in March 21, and it was officially introduced in January 22. This principle entails that the airspace that has not been booked 3 hours prior execution is released by the military for the benefit of civil flights by using the updated airspace use plan. Flights from nearby airfields have a huge advantage as they are now aware of the possibilities to cross military training areas and can include it as such in their flight planning process. The major changes in FUA that have been implemented over the last 3 years since the AMC was introduced constituted a big shift in booking behavior of our operational squadrons. We want to stress that this was only possible due to the guaranteed airspace reclaim option to 3 hours prior execution if needed really for operational reasons. However, we have identified even more opportunities to improve mutual understanding, coordination, and optimization of airspace management, including for flights departing from further away. This is why shortly after the introduction of the rolling UP, we started a trial period in March 22 with a booking-based airspace use plan. This system was officialized most recently in January 23 and is now the standard airspace management principle adopted by the Belgian AMC. Only the airspace required for military operation and training is booked pre-tactically on day -1. Moreover, this planning proves to be stable throughout the execution as the updated airspace use plan does not differ significantly. A real opportunity for civil users to alter their flight planning, use optimized routes, avoid delays, and consume less fuel. But of course, and it must be said, the full benefits of FUA can only be achieved by the optimal implementation of CURA. I think you will agree with me, Belgian Air Force is willing to progress, and we have come a long way since the mid-1990s with increasingly fast changes in the last 2 years. On top of the great importance we attach to the flexible use of airspace concept, we also value the exchange of data between military and civilian networks. The development of new technologies in civil and military aviation put the emphasis on interoperability. Coordination is simply not possible without real-time and accurate data sharing, for which interoperability is key. It allows a reliable air situation picture to detect, identify, and classify any cooperative and non-cooperative civil or military aircraft and to intervene when needed. A common infrastructure with dual use capability and systems will benefit both civil and military stakeholders. Once again, one airspace, one system. We should therefore strive to optimize communication, navigation, and surveillance systems by deploying new common systems and rationalizing existing ones without neglecting the required continuity of military operations. This is the only way to secure close cooperation and in-depth cooperation. The altered security environment, referred to as the new normal, in the light of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, together with the need to reform air traffic management in Europe, calls for civil and military aviation communities to be innovative and more ambitious in terms of collaboration. Further mechanisms must be developed to facilitate flexible, fast, and prioritized access to European airspace when required. The Belgian Air Force strongly supports all new cooperation initiatives that are now well underway, as much progress has already been made, leading to concrete results. Flexible use of airspace and airspace design should not be considered separately, but go hand in hand, especially in the limited airspace of Belgium. Even with all the tools available, it remains a challenge to ensure that our future generation of platforms can train adequately. After all, there is only one airspace to share, which is seen as a continuum and therefore closely interlinked. Common understanding and trust will provide a foundation for further progress in terms of airspace management to improve civil flights efficiency and military mission effectiveness. I thank you for your attention. I wish you all a very interesting, fruitful day and enjoyable too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thierry, for this valuable insight into military operations and challenges, specifically in the light of the introduction of the modern weapon systems in Belgium and taking into consideration the limited airspace you have here in Belgium. Our next speaker of today is Lieutenant General Lance Landrum, Deputy Chair of the NATO Military Committee. I would like to thank you, General Landrum, for making yourself available today. As we know, it was not easy, given that you will be sharing the military committee in the afternoon. General Landrum will provide us with a military view on the future air and space operations, and I'm very grateful that he's here. General.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all of our distinguished guests, both here at EUROCONTROL in the room and everybody who is online who might be watching. And of course, I need to look over at Raul Medina and EUROCONTROL, and I need to look at Padre Kelleher from ICAO for hosting and sponsoring such an important event. And Karsten, I know you put a lot of leadership behind this and a lot of energy behind this, so thank you for the invitation to be here today. So when Karsten came to me and asked me to give some thoughts on the military perspective, particularly from my role as the deputy chair of the NATO Military Committee, I couldn't help but think about framing this in the context of today's challenging security environment in which we live and the operations that we conduct in this current environment. Regretfully, the Euro-Atlantic area is not at peace. And the security environment has been evolving in a degrading way over the last several years, particularly starting in early 2022. And it is increasingly dynamic, it is increasingly unpredictable, and unfortunately, it is increasingly dangerous. The unprovoked aggression by Russia has radically changed this security environment, and it has shown that the threats we are facing are global and they are interconnected. It has forced all of us to rapidly react in order to mitigate and counter spillovers from the Russian war in Ukraine. Soon after the hostilities commenced, the airspace in and around the area of conflict was closed, creating a huge hole in the heart of Europeans' airspace network. But frankly, we would be naive to think that the only drawback of the illegal invasion into Ukraine is the increased congestion of the air and space networks in Europe. So with that, we should consider the entirety of threats to European nations and to the NATO alliance and to the Euro-Atlantic area, including a prolific use of missiles, cruise missiles, and drones, which significantly increase the risk of misunderstanding and miscalculation. And these could disrupt our freedom of movement and access to the air and space domains upon which we depend. We also should think about the cyber threat. We should think about the electromagnetic spectrum security and the interference in the spectrum, particularly related to the global positioning systems and satellite communications, which could negatively affect both civilian and military air traffic, which has happened. The conflict has shown that some of the vulnerabilities in our common operating environment is widening beyond traditional military bounds, with competitions among different actors, new weapons, new technologies, and new entrants whose employment blurs the clear distinction between peace, crisis, and conflict, and blurs the distinction between military aspects and civil aspects, which again create the possibility of increased risk and safety considerations. So in practical terms, to bolster our deterrence for the alliance, NATO responded by employing defensive tools in a proportionate way to establish a near seamless shield from the Baltic states down to the Black Sea, and ensuring increased protection of allies' territory, populations, and forces from possible threats, whether coming from deliberate actions or from mistakes or miscalculations. NATO has further enhanced its deterrence posture in the air domain, particularly in the role of air policing missions that, although currently biased towards the east, retain the flexibility and focus to orient towards any emerging threats in a relevant time frame in a 360-degree holistic perspective. This increased military activity also includes an intensified program of collective defense exercises and training conducted on a daily basis, sometimes with relatively short notice. These efforts clearly show the unity of the alliance to maintain peace through vigilance and may be considered part of NATO's enduring commitment to preserve the integrity of allies' sovereignty in the air domain. Joint air power capabilities are and will be employed as a key element to provide the allies with the agile means to rapidly react to emerging crises and changes in required posture through appropriate measures if and when required. In this context, allies have promptly adapted and prioritized national airspace to meet demanding military requirements and ensure access to large, suitable airspace structures, such as air policing areas and ad hoc transit corridors. These newly established areas are also used to synergize the peacetime vigilance activities that nations conduct with complex collective daily training exercises required to be deployed by local assets so that we can train as we would fight in a highly contested environment and scenarios, and ensure that the interoperability and integration of NATO forces is increased, all in an effort to show the credibility and readiness of our forces for a deterrent effect so that rising tensions never transition into crisis and into conflict. These achievements are the result of close cooperation between NATO, the allied nations, and the civil aviation stakeholders. Air traffic coordination and airspace management with civil organizations is a key ongoing task to enable air operations, especially when it comes to the European airspace, which, as everyone here understands, is increasingly congested and whose limited availability must be carefully managed to satisfy the requirements of growing civil air traffic, as well as the need for larger areas required for military operational activity. Furthermore, current air operations have highlighted the increased relevance for cross-border operations required for both the training activity and the fast deployment of NATO forces across the Allies' airspace. Hence, the need to fully embrace the principles of flexible use airspace, leveraging all the possible support that may come from the enhanced cooperation, not only with the civil aviation authorities, but also with network manager and, as a consequence, air navigation service providers. So as I think back on my aviation history, not quite as long as Sir Stephen's, but approaching four decades, I understand the value of civil military cooperation and the need for flexible use airspace, because we are in this together. And while I want to present a military perspective to this, I also want it to be clear that I fully understand our nation's security also depends on a strong economy. And that depends on use of airspace, use of cargo aircraft, use of passenger aircraft that is in a vibrant way. So just a couple of examples from my history. The Utah Test and Training Range in the United States was under my command for a period of time, and we worked closely with the Nellis Test and Training Range, which I know a lot of military aviators are familiar with. And that required continuous engagement with elected officials, with civil officials, and with our Federal Aviation Administration, and also commercial entities. And we've made progress on those airspaces in the previous years here recently, protecting them and expanding them in certain ways. More locally, I know that NATO's Tactical Leadership Program, a large force air exercise that takes place approximately 4 times a year in Spain, is another important example, and one which requires in-depth and detailed planning, which includes cooperation with civil authorities, air traffic control authorities, and commercial industries in order to open up the large airspaces required. And of course, like others, I cannot help but mention the recent, the ongoing Air Defender exercise sponsored by Germany. Thierry and I were just out there on Monday and Tuesday. And this is a huge undertaking of over 250 aircraft, the largest in NATO's history, frankly, and one which required an immense amount of planning and coordination with air traffic control, commercial airlines, and other authorities related to it. So I applaud everyone here who is working on collaborative solutions for the complex issues that we face regarding current and future air operations. I recognize that our military needs must be closely coordinated with the civil needs and the economic realities. But there's still work to be done. As we've heard from Sir Stephen, as we've heard from Thierry, there is still opportunities out there, and several of them are mentioned. And I would also mention something a bit different here, and that is our public messaging of it. And I can't help but message this, right? And I don't know the circumstances behind it, but I have good authority that on Sunday evening, Brussels Airlines Sierra November 3820's flight crew blamed their hours-long delay Sunday evening on the ongoing NATO large air exercise. I can't help but mention this, right? I'm sure that this is a misunderstanding and miscommunication, but the NATO air exercise had been closed for well over 48 hours. Not a single sortie had flown. The airspace had not been open for well over 48 hours. It's not the strategic message that maybe we would desire that shows cooperation among military, civil, and commercial. And what maybe was portrayed to the passengers of that aircraft. Okay, regarding a security and defense view on the future of air and space operations, let me just mention a few things here. First, I need to mention that there are new entrants, as you're all aware, and this is particularly in the high levels of airspace. Secondly, the growth of the space launch industry. I also should mention new requirements that military aircraft are placing on airspace, and we should discuss the resilience for which military means the continuity of operations in degraded environments. And then finally is the need for the military to be an active partner in any airspace modernization efforts. Changes that fail to fully consider military requirements have unintended costs for everyone. As aviation professionals, we are keenly aware of new entrants into our higher level airspace, such as high altitude endurance platforms and balloons, which are slow moving, and they aren't in great numbers, but they are growing. These are the complete opposite to hypersonic flight, which is increasing in its frequency. The ranges and sizes, the speeds of these new entrants varies quite a bit. In the past, only the military and some scientific platforms were the main actors above the levels of 50 and 60,000 feet. And while all stakeholders would perform their due diligence in deconflicting known air traffic, there was much less traffic to avoid. So the big sky theory was the rule of the day. But it's starting to get a bit more crowded, and the big sky theory, although probably never a very good idea, is becoming outdated. As the new entrants take flight, traditional air traffic management methods and systems may not be able to provide the necessary deconfliction, and simply segregating the airspace may not be sufficient. While cooperative surveillance is a promising answer, it may only be a partial answer. Defense considerations will need to maintain operational security in many cases, which will often prevent military participation in cooperative surveillance. Another new set of airspace actors has stoked the world's imagination. That's commercial space launch industry. So if we just think of SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, we're already seeing the images. I just saw on BBC this week that SpaceX was launching an Indian satellite. It was out of Cape Canaveral, but again, the theory applies that this is increasing. And then as we think of rockets that then come back down to landing pads, it sort of doubles the amount of invasiveness of this into the future, which is only going to increase. So we also know of other innovative things like the possibility of large cargo launches to go across the globe, et cetera. That'll be something that we need to consider into the future. Now, coming down from space, our air-breathing military aircraft are also pushing the boundaries of airspace requirements. And the theme of this summit, flexible use of airspace, is particularly relevant when discussing the requirements of modern combat aircraft. Jackie mentioned the F-35. I should also say even the fourth generation Typhoon, Rafale, Gripen, upcoming F-15EX, and an upgrade in range of weapons that those aircraft use, and the necessity to simulate those weapons in training are all considerations. And the bottom line is, in order to realistically train so that we can present a credible deterrent effect, require larger areas of airspace than previous generations of aircraft. Of course, we can do things in simulators, and we do, and we need to, but there is no substitute for actual live fly, not only for aircrew, but also for the systems on those aircraft that need to be exercised as far as their technical capabilities. NATO activities in Eastern Europe serve as a warning to our adversaries that we take deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area very seriously. Those activities also require larger segments of airspace for training, including cross-border airspace. So just as navies have historically made seas safe for maritime commerce, effective air and missile defense secures the skies for aviation industry and our populations. Thus, the flexible use of airspace is a perfect tool to ensure the security of and access to airspace for all users. Another headline in advances for aviation all over, including military aviation, includes the proliferation of remotely piloted aircraft. And whether we agree that the days of a pilot in the cockpit are coming to an end, it is certainly true that remotely piloted aircraft are critical and a growing capability. The idea of an aircraft without a pilot on board may be unsettling for some people, particularly passengers, maybe not well educated in some of the technology, but also for our considerations for air traffic control systems. For high altitude, long endurance RPAs, this segregation is a growing but less significant problem. They're operating at those higher altitudes that I mentioned earlier, but then for medium altitude, long endurance RPAs, segregation becomes a bit more problematic. And ultimately, we need to get to the point where RPAs are treated as any other piloted aircraft because in a way they are piloted. Technologies such as sense and avoid facilitate integration into airspace, but these aircraft still need to provide the safety case to allow for the required access. And what we've seen to date is that RPAs have an equal or lower rate of accidents compared to crew aircraft. While the focus of this summit is on flexible use of airspace, we cannot forget the fact that it is all for nothing if the aviation ecosystem is not resilient. In military mindset, that often means operating in contested environments and degraded environments where technical systems are degraded or unavailable, or we are contested from an adversary. Civil aviation very rightly avoids flying in these types of environments, but those same type of environments are where the military aircraft are often needed. And the point here is the modernization of global aviation systems has to become dependent, or I'm sorry, the modernization of global systems have often become dependent on things like GPS and global navigation satellite systems technologies, which are fantastic. And they have really revolutionized the aviation industry as we've known. But they operate in an increasingly congested and contested electromagnetic environment. The spectrum and the bandwidth in which they operate is congested, and it is fragile, and it is easily interfered with. The price of entry into that bandwidth, regretfully, is fairly low. So we must make smart decisions about rationalizing or divesting legacy navigation and surveillance infrastructure, which I know is not a great message in this environment. But for NATO, the North Atlantic Council has affirmed that we need to continue to rely on some of the legacy technologies like tactical air navigation, distance measuring equipment, Mode 3, Alpha, and Charlie, and primary surveillance radars as a baseline for our resilience and contingency operations. And we understand that the goal of aviation modernization is to move past these older systems. But allies on both sides of the Atlantic have determined that some of these modernized navigation and surveillance technologies do not necessarily provide the level of operational security when we need it and robust resilience when we need it for executing the military mission in degraded environments. So the point is that as we go forward and as we look at modernization efforts and changes to policy, civil and military cooperation must begin at the earliest point of any discussion about airspace modernization and aircraft equipment requirements. Innovation, of course, is transforming, as it always has, the aviation industry and aviation space, but commercial innovation is exploiting and emerging disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence and air taxis and delivery drones and air traffic solutions that include artificial intelligence, unmanned aerial systems, traffic management concepts are going to be very important. Things like ADS-B, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, GPS, new transponders, provide some of the most precise aircraft information to air traffic controllers while dramatically reducing spectrum requirements. And the military modernization wants to be integrated and interoperable in a way that is mutually beneficial to both sides of the story here. And so I think that that message is very important as we go forward. The key to success will be measured by the efficient use of airspace for all users, the entry to, the exit from, and the use of, while we are protecting defense and security needs. It's based on communication, it's based on trust, it's based on transparency, coordination, and cooperation, whether it be through regular engagement like this symposium here today, with allies, with nations, with international partners and civil authorities, or through other collaborative events that may spawn from this engagement. The future of aviation has always been exciting since it first started well over 100 years ago. A lot has changed, and all at the same time, one thing has not changed. Like Thierry said, military and civil aviation share the same sky, and we will in the future. So flexible use of airspace is not just an aspiration. It is something we absolutely need, and we need it now, not later. The policies, procedures, and technologies that make it possible must be used and enhanced with both civil and military experts sitting at the same table. Commercial aviation is the economic engine that drives many of our decisions, and we understand that, and it needs to be that way. As I said early, economy is part of our security, but the military aviation is the guarantor of that security, and we want to be part of the conversation and be helpful and be integrated in the solutions. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for your attention today. Again, thanks to our hosts, thanks to our sponsors, and Carsten, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Landrum. Great speech. Also, from your NATO perception, the alliance, and that reminds me, and looking to all these great speeches we heard today, that our values, democracy, freedom, welfare, justice, has a price. And the price is deterrence and defense. And as the Air Forces, as a first responder in any operation, they need, and it was also called out, trainers who fight airspace to use their weapon system effectively, using the resources, the flying hour as much as possible, to help out defending wherever we are in the world. Thank you very much. And with that, we are facing the coffee break. May I please invite the participants in the room to make their way to the lobby where coffee is served and where you can visit the stands. And I invite those who are following the streaming to join us in the next session, which we will resume at 11:55. And we, as a fighter pilots, me as a tornado flyer, we call it time over target. So 11:55 sharp. That means 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. 6 seconds too early is too early. 6 seconds after is too late. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a good coffee break and had the chance to visit the interesting exhibition we have prepared with support of the industry outside. And I would like to thank Airbus, INRA, Soprasteria, and my EUROCONTROL colleagues for supporting this event. I would like now to give the floor to Porek Kelleher, President of the ICAO Air Navigation Commission, the moderator of the first panel discussion on flexible use of airspace, increasing the awareness on current civil and military needs and views. Before that, we have a short video to set the scene. Let's watch it.
Airspace flexibility is a must for civil and military alike. Our first panel, Flexible Use of Airspace, Increasing Awareness on Civil and Military Needs and Views, brings together military perspectives, airline requirements, and ANSP NM views on airspace structures, and explores how ICAO and EUROCONTROL can advance FUA further, regionally and internationally.
So good morning and welcome back, everyone. So before our break, we heard from our keynote speakers some of the reflections on where we are currently with the implementation of flexible use of airspace. And we had some indication of benefits and challenges. What I wanted to share with you briefly before we go into our first panel session to explore those further is just one quick perspective from ICAO as we look across the work of 193 countries around the world. And what we see is everybody facing the challenges that were described by our keynote speakers. Everybody is recovering from an economic downturn brought on by the pandemic recently. Everybody is reaching to accommodate new entrants into their airspace and to accommodate many uses, military and civil. In responding to these challenges, some states, as we've heard from Belgium this morning, have moved ahead very fast and have made great progress. And in fact, we are aware of some states who can switch their airspace between the civil community and the military community in a matter of minutes, However, we are also seeing a huge spread across the globe, where in some countries, the awareness of commercial use and civil use as a combined force trying to use airspace together is just not there. And we're actually hearing from across the world that in every single region of the world, the opportunities offered by flexible use of airspace are not being fully realized. So we come to our panel, where we again are trying to understand current civil and military needs and views, and try to reveal why some states have got such great confidence in flexible use of airspace, while others are still finding their way. But coming back to it, a shared understanding of airspace as a shared and common resource to be used in partnership for the future. And so to help us explore the subject of our panel meeting today, I'm pleased to introduce an excellent group of panelists. I'll begin with Enrique Maurer, Director General of ENAIR from Spain, Brigadier General Timo Herinen, Chief of Staff of the Finnish Air Force, General Alcides Babakovi, Director General of the Department of Airspace Control of the Brazilian Air Force, Simon Hockart, Director General of CANSO, the representational body internationally of air traffic management organizations, Eli El-Khoury, a technical officer in the air traffic management section of ICAO's Air Navigation Bureau, and Jacopo Prisinotti, Director of Network Management here at EUROCONTROL.
And many thanks to all of you for being with us today. So to get us started, let me ask each of you just one key question that I think will begin to help us to explore current civil and military needs and views. So let me ask you, what do you think of the current civil-military cooperation arrangements relating to airspace operations? And let me start with Enrique, please, to kick us off.
Thank you very much, and thank you both ICAO and EUROCONTROL for this invitation to this summit. Regarding your question, let me say something before that maybe is basic, but it's not really basic, because for us it's essential when we are talking about coordination between civil and military. Is the word coordination is very important to put in the sight of the other in order to understand different objectives with the same airspace. So for us, the key issue of this coordination with our Spanish Air Force, that is today excellent, is part of this common understanding and common goal. So for me, is the key essential to be flexible and to be dynamic and to be to have a very good use of airspace. And as we expressed during this summit, airspace has not a sole owner. The airspace should be considered as a single continuum, planned and used in a flexible way on day-to-day basis by all categories of airspace users, existing users, but also we have new entrants. New entrants, we are often manage our space in between 0 and 660, but today we have RPAs, we have drones in the low altitudes, and today we have vehicles and STM and high operations. We have different users. So, and also military users need different areas, different needs that we have to understand regarding the objectives of the exercises. So we have to understand and to put together goals and objectives in order to obtain a benefit for us. No? For me, it was a great experience to visit the NATO TLP in order to understand the implication of this kind of exercise and how NSP and Air Force can work together in order to obtain benefits for all of us. It's true that we have seen a significant improvement in the civil military coordination during the last few years. And we have now more flexible use of airspace. For example, now the CDR, unique CDR, the provision of new routes with less environmental impact, less consumption, less emissions, noise, also in appropriate balance with the military needs. No? In Spain, we have a very good collaboration, as we said before, between both. We have a dedicated directorate for civil military coordination in ENAIRE. That is, for me, is a privilege to have this translator between both language. So also our MAC, that is our space management cell, is another example, an excellent tool for this collaboration. Information flows in real time together with both directions. Also, with this collaboration, we are moving to this dynamic direction. We can now implementing a free route airspace with a combination of the flexible use of airspace together with all the stakeholders and mainly also the Air Force. And we are promoting also new tools. Automation is now digitalization of our systems. We are exploiting our flow tools in order to have very good informations. And also we are working with a network manager together with the new INM. Maybe Jacopo is going to say something later. But we are working together in the new tools, because civil military coordination is not only Spain. I mean, in our case, it's not national level. It's network. Network is affected by coordination, as we are looking these days, no, with the big exercise. So network for me will be paramount in the future. The concept of the network and the network tools.
Thank you very much. Excellent. And could I turn the floor over to Timo, please?
Okay, thank you. And sure, ladies, gents, start with the kind of highlighting the fact that in a historic manner of things, I would say that the whole aviation regulation has been kind of driven by civil and economic needs, and our kind of military aviation has been more or less kind of retrofitted into these existing plans, which this has applied for the use of the airspace and also the requirement of all the equipments as well. So that is why I highly appreciate all the efforts for the EUROCONTROL and other parties to kind of initiate this kind of a strategic and also a tactical level discussion and cooperation, because I think that really is fundamental thing for improvement. First point I would like to make is, which is kind of a somewhat obvious, is the fundamental differences in the military and civilian flying. In us for the military, we have special needs in peacetime and in times of crisis as well. In peacetime, these needs go from these large-scale exercises, like, for example, the Arctic Challenge exercise up there in North, or the ongoing Air Defender, which is a huge thing here in the Central Europe, to air policing and air readiness needs. And also there is a need to be able to conduct large-scale air operations in the day zero if things go south. Taking this Air Defender, for example, one cannot but just to notice that the EUROCONTROL has had a significant role in the planning, in the fluent conduct of the exercise. I visited the exercise actually Tuesday. I met with our F-18 pilots. We have 4 ships of F-18s flying there, and they said that they could have been that they were successfully conducting all and each and every one of those missions they were planned, and without the large-scale delays. Small delays oftentimes happens, but everything was going smoothly. Only kind of a handicap probably was the fact that they needed to transit quite a long distance to be able to start the exercise and then obviously return. And this was enabled by aerial refueling. Probably this is just a kind of a naughty thing that we've used to the fact that we can start fights on just immediately when the wheels go off, which is obviously not a factor here in Central Europe. And on the other hand, there's, for example, this Arctic Challenge exercise in which the airspace spreads over to Finland and Sweden, some cases in Norway as well. We've had a close cooperation for years with the countries neighboring us, except Russia. And still, nevertheless, the regulations concerning the use of airspace might be slightly or greatly different in neighboring countries as well, which in some case might hinder this kind of a fluent use of airspace, which goes over the national borders. In times of crisis, Air Force is the first one there in the battlefield, and that is why there is a need, as I said, for the zero-day operations. And we need to be able to conduct multiple kind of large-scale air operations with our allies in the airspace. And also, I believe that even though there would be a wartime, there's still the need to be able to enable civilian traffic to fly, at least to some extent, even though the missiles and projectors fly as well. So this to my mind, requires quite a bit extensive planning ahead beforehand. We've had a long history with this in Finland, obviously, because we never let the shield down, even though the times were slightly different. We've done close cooperation with the Civil Aviation Authority, and we have a pretty decent plans in place for the times of crisis. Also, when it comes to requirements, it must be noted that oftentimes military capabilities might have a better performance than the civilian ones, but they are designed for different purpose, and this sometimes gives kind of a frustrating feelings that you might have a better performing system, but it just don't fill all the civilian requirements. That said, the square military block doesn't often fit this civilian round hole, and this also needs work, which already has been started and initiated. A few words of our kind of integrated system. I think we have pretty much a unique integrated system where we work pretty closely with the civilian and military, actually in really the one airspace. And one kind of a big benefit is that in times of crisis, the full authority of the airspace falls into certain occasions to the military, which enables us to plan and operate freely and also have a free routing certain routes for the civilian air traffic. Still, there is a lot of room to maneuver. And for the development, even though we've done years of work on this, I think this flexible use of airspace isn't that flexible as it could be, as I think Sir Stephen Hillier and also General Thierry Dupont mentioned that today's technology should enable quite a lot more actually, because these hard-line areas, which even though you would kind of flexibly use those, they sometimes restrict the maneuver. And for example, if we are able to fly 100 aircraft with the Link 16 capability within the same area, you might assume that in some cases you might be able to have a civilian traffic going through the area safely in a military control, for example. So, and another example is the fact that I think that all the Cessna 1272 pilots have kind of a real-time picture of area availabilities in their iPads. Well, we don't, and not civilian airliners do, and that is why probably these things which General Landrum mentioned sometimes happen. So I think there's a lot of room to develop. So as a conclusion, I would say the key solving the problem is this kind of a strategic, tactical, operational level cooperation, which I think EUROCONTROL is doing a great job in and initiating dialogues. We are happy to participate. For us, as a small country, small nation, soon be operating 64 F-35s. We have a limited number of personnel. That said, it's very important to have kind of a combined military voice as well, because we just cannot send people to all of the meetings and seminars and which would be fruitful. So that is why I also highly appreciate EUROCONTROL's effort of bringing military together. So as Enrique said before, that it's a kind of a common understanding, common interest, that's always a solid basis for cooperation. And looking at the forum, I believe we do have that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. And General Barbakovi, Alcides.
Good morning, bon dia for everyone. Very proud to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Regarding operations in Brazil airspace, civil-military cooperation is within the context of an integrated air defense and air traffic control system. The Brazilian system was designed to maximize the use of the resource, thus enabling a more effective coordination of civil and military aviation activities. One of these main points is of the integration of means. The operational infrastructure for visualization through radars, communication, air defense, and air traffic control software, combined with the integration of human resource to support and operate the system. These operations fall under the competence of an agency, Department of Airspace Control, the CEA. The CEA has a robust physical structure of facilities throughout the Brazilian territory. Approximately 12,000 professionals who work 24 hours a day in an operational network that is comprised of 5 area control centers, 42 approach controls, 59 aerodrome control towers, over 100 aeronautic telecommunication stations, in addition to radars and other air navigation aids. Work in an integrated system, both civilians and military share all available structure and are subject to the same authority. Furthermore, all air navigation services, including aeronautic information management and meteorology, are unified. Thus, more efficient processes are defined for the use of these areas that cause some level of segregation of the airspace, aiming to allow the availability of airspace at times when there is no activity inside it. The integration of civil air traffic control and defense systems in Brazilian airspace have greatly contributed to the advancement of flexible use of airspace in our country, while placing Brazil some steps forward, of course, regarding compliance with international recommendations.
Thank you very much. Again, a strong sign of progress. Let me hand the floor then to Simon again from a CANSO point of view, that perspective on civil-military cooperation. Simon.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very unique gathering I think we have here, and I hope it's the first of many. So well done. I think one of the core strengths of our industry, and we've heard it mentioned, I think, in various forms already this morning, is that we do have the ability to acknowledge and understand each person's problems. So we all understand the other person's problems. However, there's no single global story, I think, for civil military corporations. Some regions are working really well, massively high cooperation, military needs always being met, whilst also delivering the civil aviation. And we've got lots of examples, you know, and we've just heard one. In other regions, the ANSP is a military service provider. Also, you know, that's another possibility. Elsewhere, there's enhanced cooperation through co-location, which is another model. And then we also have the highly segregated model between civilian and military. Now, that can also have its challenges and its issues. And for example, if we think about Southeast and East Asia, we routinely see, you know, one civilian flight allowed every 90 minutes on particular routes. Now, you know, that has a massive impact locally, but that ripples out quite quickly to even to a global impact. So, you know, there's many different examples of how it's working or not working quite so well. So for me, there's no surprises here. I think I think there's five keys to successful civil military operations, and all these words have been used by various people this morning. So planning and procedures, planning ahead. Everybody's aware. The Defender exercise is a great example, and I'll come back to that perhaps at the end. You know, we do joint impact assessments, there's joint developments of processes and procedures, enhanced CDM used with airspace planning. And many of these procedures could be used not just in crisis and not just in conflict, but elsewhere. That's number one. Number two is coordination or cooperation. And I think they're very similar things. Now that could be at a tactical or strategic level, but it's got to be coordinated to ensure the efficient use of airspace. And I think that's again the key. Now there's also some promising signs of other types of coordination and cooperation is around joint procurement of systems. So technology and the systems that we're using are very similar to make it more efficient, more easy. The third success criteria for me is consistency. I know the civilian world struggles across the world, whether that's even within a region and comparing regions across the world of having consistent rules and procedures. And my feeling is that this is no different in the military, and actually could even be a bigger gap in some places across military operations globally. Therefore, consistency is really needed in any application that we agree with of processes and the procedures. I said before, to ensure that we have that easy language, I suppose, to enhance airspace capacity and efficiency. Easy language is a nice link to the fourth success criteria, which is communication. A really easy word to say and a really difficult thing to do. And it's not just about talking to one another either, communication. You know, balancing those needs of civilian needs and the defense security is so important. Talking to one another is one thing, but both sides really need to share information, share data much more, solve that secrecy problem that we all know exists, and we have a challenge and a problem with. And it's right, I hasten to add, the confidentiality and the secrecy problem. But we need to speak with the same language. What's confidential for civilian will mean a different thing to confidential for the military, as an example. And the last one, my fifth one, is trust. And it was a word that was used earlier. We need to trust one another. This is a bit more of a behavior rather than a process or a task or a procedure. But if we trust one another, if the military says that they need airspace and civilian can't see anything going on in that airspace, doesn't mean there is nothing going on in that airspace. We need to trust that they needed it, and they needed it for a good reason, and vice versa. So that trust will remove suspicion. It will save time. It will make everything more efficient. So there's a behavior that wraps around that. So my last point is, believe it or not, that's just been done. All of those things have been done with the recent exercise that we've heard talked about, the Defender exercise, and it's been a remarkable success. So how do we use all that in a big event or a crisis and bring it into the normal everyday world? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Simon. And let me turn the floor then over to Ali El-Khoury. Ali, please.
Good afternoon. So I would like to reiterate that civil military cooperation or civil military aviation cooperation is always a priority for ICAO and has been always and still on our work programs. And for that reason, we have sufficient number of ICAO provisions and guidance material available to provide support to improve civil military aviation cooperation. However, unfortunately, we can still experience low level of compliance and or maybe difficulty in implementing these provisions. And for that reason, we went one step further and we upgraded the Circular 330 into the manual on air traffic, civil military cooperation and air traffic management, the document 188 that has been published in April 2021. The manual itself has been the outcome of extensive work of an expert group composed of representation from all civil military stakeholders from all around the world. And it was under the auspices of the Air Traffic Management Operation Panel. And it took like 5-6 years of work in order to build on the lesson learned and experience that has been implemented and provide a framework that could be globally implemented. And what we witness mainly as a main challenge is the buy-in. The buy-in is state from high level till the tactical level. And for that reason, the manual provides for raising awareness for collaboration at the higher level between the policy makers and regulation to the cooperation and technical level at the pre-tactical and tactical levels. Also, I will take this opportunity before I forget to thank EUROCONTROL mainly for the expertise that has been provided from network manager and CMC in order to finalize the latest version of the manual, also based on the experience in Europe for the flexible use of airspace. I would like to highlight only that we are focusing today in our summit on flexible use of airspace, but it is one part of improvement of civil military aviation cooperation.
Thank you very much.
As mentioned by Mr. Secretary General in his opening, that ICAO is strongly committed for civil military cooperation. And for that reason, we will continue providing the required support to state, and we are looking for more partnership with the international organization and other states to benefit from where the state has implemented flexible use of airspace in order to extend the experience and transfer it to the other regions. And maybe I conclude by saying, maybe it's time now in the coming few years to have a new conference for civil military similar to the forum that has been established in 2009 in order to renew commitment and agree on a global approach how we need to improve civil military cooperation based on new entrants, new vehicles, new aircraft generation, and new fighters and all what is coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the interruption. Finally, to your corporal, please, if you would.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I would like to say that I started my professional career as an Air Force officer. For me, in my role as Director Network Manager is very important because in my DNA, it's very clear that the military priority in guaranteeing security, in this case over Europe, but in general, is an absolute key. And I would also like to start by looking at the glass a little bit half full. In EUROCONTROL, we have developed a flexible use of airspace since the 90s. We have been constantly developing within our member state and also exploiting in the broader regions of the world. It guarantees civil military cooperation both on the operational and on the technical side, and it has demonstrated its effectiveness in time, and all the crises that we've been seeing in the recent times are a clear, evident demonstration of that. Our French Orion exercise and the Air Defender just recently happened are also a clear signal of how effective and performant it is. I also would like to state that this thing is very articulated and complex. Why? While we note these two exercises, I just want to underline that we do, depending on which year, in the 41 member states of EUROCONTROL, between 300 and 500 military exercises, of which between 15 and 20 are of large scale. And most of them entail 6 months advanced preparation. And so again, this is a clear example of an asset that we have that we need to exploit. Are we happy with that? No, we need to continue to improve. We will continue to improve. And I will be very straightforward in describing how. On one side, as you probably know, we're working hard to improve the efficiency of the civil part. The civil part is an absolute component. And I give you the example of the air defender. This year, I think there was an incredible preparation to prepare the summer in Europe. All the operational stakeholders contributed together, and we have a level of average delay over the day, which is pretty low. If we would do, if you probably, people who live in Europe remember June last year, if we would do the air defender the same period last year, we probably not be in the same position of this discussion. So the level of performance of the civil part is absolutely important to support even better the common asset usage from the military part. Now, I think that we're heading for much more complexity. It's been said by all the speakers this morning. We're going to have more military needs throughout Europe. We have the fixed generation aircrafts. You saw from EUROCONTROL Stanford forecast of civil traffic growth. It's going to boost within this decade. So the complexities are not going to go away. They're going to just increase. And as EUROCONTROL network manager, we're pushing and heading strong around 3 major pillars. I'm going to continue to push strongly on the cooperation part. It's been said by everyone. It's easy to say cooperation, but then cooperation is part of a technical process, but it's also part of best behaviors. I have to say that I'm starting from an excellent level with the civil and military components of member states, with NATO, with the European Commission, with ICAO friends, and the European Defence Agency. It's already a trust building exercise, which is going very well. I'm a strong firefighter against this blame culture and this finger pointing, which often occurs, which we need really to kill and all to work hard to kill. But this is one essential pillar to build an improved CDM process, an improved flexible use of airspace CDM process to achieve the wider goal of enhancing this cooperation, which is a must. We have a second major leverage, which is around the work around the airspace improvement. The preparation of the exercise was said by all the colleagues, but this has to see something new, a network focus. If we all don't converge into the understanding that yes, local thing is a priority, but every local need has a network effect, and we need to have a network focus on any airspace improvement, on any action, on any planning of any exercise, we would simply fail. So the focus of the network manager will be to push all our colleagues working together while fully understanding and supporting the local needs to find network solution for all those local needs. And the third, which I think is even the most important one, is we need to desperately accelerate the digital transformation. In EUROCONTROL, we're working hard on that. We have the so-called INM program, which is a fast-moving exercise. You probably saw the ops building. In 2 years' time, we're going to go live with the first deliverables. And it's about having a new digital architecture like any modern industry sectors, which will allow us to boost even further all the capabilities and have a modern network around the world. So with these 3 pillars in place, we in Europe are going to really push hard to ensure continuous improvement process in the cooperation between civil military, starting with a very good baseline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually picking up on that kind of European perspective and that drive towards networking and network tools and improved communications. Could I turn to Enrique, please, and just check in on ENAIR's perspective on how flexible use of airspace has evolved in Europe. So almost trying to judge how far we are away from what we've just heard. Enrique.
Thank you. Yeah, it's true that the evolution of FUA in Europe has been significant in the last years. European Union has been working with the implementation of a common and harmonized approach to the flexible use of airspace through the European Commission plus EASA in collaboration with member states and other important key stakeholders. For me, one of the key initiatives in the evolution of FUA in Europe has been the single sky concept. Between a lot of activities, seeks to improve the efficiency and capacity of European airspace. based on implementation of technical and operational measures, including the flexible use for fair space as paramount, in order to achieve more flexible use of this airspace that is common for all of us in Europe. And also, as Jacopo said before, for me, it's essential, this concept of network, because we are affecting, when we do something, we're affecting all the network, and for me, it's paramount to this coordination with the network manager in order to improve and to reduce the impact of users of this kind of exercise. In this context, for us, I said before, we are now using, we need the flexible use for fair space in the implementation of the free route airspace. We have an important project in Europe, let me say, but in our case, we are working very hard for the implementation of free route airspace. We have now several routes with since April 22, but the benefits that we can offer to our civilian users and users with the free route, we need the flexible use of airspace, because if not, we are not going to obtain the benefits of free route in a corridor. For me, free route is more than Spain. Let me say, is a corridor between all the networks. So I don't understand free route only for one country. I understand free route in a cross-border management. So for us, flexible use for airspace is a project that we are working also in Spain to have a common policy and a state policy, because it's not a question only of a service provider, it's a question of a state. So it's our regulator, it's our NSA, it's also the Air Force, is the service provider. So it's more than a question of NSP. So it's an state transport policy. And also, Jacopo said before, the new technologies and digitalization, the service that today are different from 20 years ago. Our services 20 years more in advance will be absolutely different. We're working now with satellites. So we are changing, and we are working as in an alliance. We are working with CNS in a global perspective. We are not working as CNS at national level. So this kind of virtualization, let me say, we can offer services, cross-border services. So we think to put together these changes and this also the tools, we are invest a lot of budget, let me say, in order to increase our flow tools, our with Lara, piecemeal, and also working together with the Air Force in order to use common tools in order to increase our efficiency in the ops. Another key issue for me in the flexible use of airspace is let me say, the swing concept, the information, data, and it's for me also essential. Now we are moving from the conventional NSPs to something, let me say, ADSP. So we are providing a lot of data, not only for our civil users, also for the military. We are sharing a lot of information. So this common information sharing for me is also paramount. And also at the end, also the infrastructure. We can share a lot of infrastructure together in a common benefit. We have a lot of examples about radar, about radios, about frequencies. So if we can talk together in this kind of coordination, pushing for a common goal, we can do everything. So I don't want to extend more time for your question.
Thank you so much. And I guess if we move then to the other end of Europe and turn to Brigadier General Heronen, Timo, as you hear about how the commercial side are developing and bringing new tools and seeing things as a network issue, what's the perspective from Finland? Because how do you see the evolution of military requirements and military needs?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's are kind of a pretty obvious changes introducing the F-35, which is going to start operating in Finland a couple of years. 2026 actually is the first planned date to fly in Finland, and that is a big change. As we heard earlier, the one fundamental change is that you need to have a bigger areas because of the long range of weapon systems and all kind of emission control things due to the use of electronic attack capabilities and so forth, low observability and stuff. And I think the biggest for the airspace use is the fact that we need to have larger areas, which presents new challenges. And on the other hand, even though probably it's not going to be a factor here in Central Europe, but anyways, even though we would have F-35 with all its capabilities, I think we still need to be able to fly low. And that is challenged by all the drones and all size and shapes of unmanned aerial vehicles, which fly some controlled and some in a controlled airspace and some in limited airspaces, and that has to be taken into account and planned so that we can still use all the altitudes that we need. I think it's pretty obvious fact that this both of these things highlight the need for increasing flexibility, which we've been talking about. It's easier said than done. It also requires information exchange, which is also somewhat challenging. And I think the challenge there is that there is a need to be able to exchange data real time, at least near real time, and having the military systems which are encrypted, secret, and so forth, and then the civilian systems which probably don't have that level, at least the classification. That is one thing we need to somehow kind of solve, to be able to share the data. As Simon said, that there needs to be a trust, and I think there is a trust when you just can kind of guarantee that the certain amount of information is safely safeguarded. So those are probably the things, and how to do what are keys to the solution. What would be the solution? We need to harmonize all these regulations concerning the airspaces so that we can efficiently use cross-border areas, which go from different, which will have areas in different countries. We need to be able to solve this data exchange thing, and then we can start talking about the more flexible use of airspace. So that would be my answer on that question. Thank you.
Yeah, so an ever-expanding requirement, more demanding, and yet one of the hooks of data exchange is actually something that really needs to be critically controlled if it's going to work well. Let's just check what the perspective is from Brazil. If I turn to General Barbacovi, Alcides, as you think about what's happening in Brazil, what do you see still as the kind of main challenges for you in civil-military cooperation?
Considering that integrated system contributed to make communication between civilians and the military more transparency. Like you said, you trust your communications. The main challenge in cooperation is to find solutions to adapt the military areas to the new aircrafts and technologies that are incorporating the modernization of the fleet without affecting the efficiency of civil air operation, especially regarding air transport of passengers and cargo. There are around 450 restricted and reserved areas in Brazil airspace, 1/3 of which are in controlled portion of airspace. Additionally, the demand for air traffic using our air navigation service is already higher than the volume recorded in 2019 before the COVID-19 pandemic. Is the sense another important challenge to consider is to enable this growth in air operations to occur efficiently and safely without impacting actions related to the security and sovereignty of our airspace. Every day, we have 3 kinds of segregation conditional routes. First, the routes are available for flight plane according to the aeronautical information publication. It's normal. Second, the routes may be available for flight plane, but such flights can only be planned in coordinates with the conditions published daily in conditional routes available message. The third, the route is not available for flight plane and flights must not be planned on these routes, although HC units may issue tactical clearance on such segments. Lessons learned, the important factor addressing this situation effectively is coordination, cooperation. And an integrated system, as the one carried out in Brazil, is a key element for a successful FUA. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, planning, data flow, data exchange, coordination, common tools, very similar story to what we're hearing more generally. And Simon, if I could come to you and just broaden the conversation a little bit, because you touched on the environmental aspects of flexible use of airspace and where there might be advantages. And although probably for many, this is seen as a civil aviation do or die issue. I think also probably on the military side, it's receiving more and more attention as well. But your inputs, please, on environmental aspects.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I suppose the first point I should make is I don't think civil-military cooperation can solve the sustainability challenge, but it can significantly contribute. The net zero goal, I think, that was set. A lot of the big answers to that are technology in the future, and also sustainable aviation fuels. But there's a gap between today and when all those things are going to come online, and that's where I think the civil military and FUA can really play a critical role if we can get it right. But what's it going to make to do that, really? And again, I'm just reflecting on all the things we've heard. I think we've got all the right ideas. We all know what needs to be done. It's the willingness to do it. I think in some ways it's that strong leadership, perhaps. Willingness is a well, it's a very English word, but it's hard to do. You can be willing to do something, but to actually get on and do it is a bit more tough. If we do manage to do really good, efficient, flexible use of airspace, of course, it will reduce congestion, it will shorten flights, it will reduce fuel burn. So it will have could have a significant impact on the sustainability goal. And I suppose the only other thing is, when the net zero goal was set, states did, commit to investing and contributing into helping make that happen. Actually, not all states can do that globally. This is big stuff, some SAF and technology. But actually, every state can make a decision to try and decide to work better, perhaps with civil military and flexible use of airspace. That's more of again, comes back to that willingness. So from a sustainability point of view, I think from a civilian side, it's a request to really help, because it is a challenge. I think sustainability for the aviation industry as a whole is in all of our interests, not just airlines, or not just the military, or not just ANSPs. It's in all our interests. So let's crack on and do it.
Fantastic, thank you. And I guess picking up on Ellie's point earlier, you talked a lot about how ICAO has been working hard to encourage the civil community to really embrace flexible use of airspace, and you described DOC 10088. So for anyone who hasn't seen DOC 10088, it isn't just bedtime reading, it's also very useful for this conversation. I'm sure Ellie will help you later to find it. And please remember, it is a document that's been designed for global implementation. So wherever in the world you have a need, there's at least one reference document that might be worth a quick glance. But we heard a little bit from Simon about willingness. We see there's guidance material available. What other constraints do you think are hampering flexible use of airspace globally?
Thank you. First, on the manual 188, we distributed some flyers with QR code. You can access the document free of charge. And the flyer give also some brief about the content of the manual. For the constraint, we can see from ICAO point of view, maybe we can group them into 2 categories or 3 categories mainly. I don't want to go into much details, but we see that a good number of states, we're still looking for, or still there, segregated airspace for civil and military use. And this has a significant impact on the network for international air transport. And this mainly based on the different interception from civil. They consider that the airspace should be dedicated for civilian use because they have benefit from the economic point of view. And as well as the military, from their point of view, it should be dedicated for military use and just allowing some access to limited airspace for civilian in order mainly for defense reasons. So this kind of state we are trying to promote as much as possible for years now. The idea of the airspace is a common resource and should be shared for the benefit of the national benefits in general, not for one party over the other. And we see and we are confident that the civilian and military, they can work together. And this has been effectively demonstrated when we have crisis. So whenever we have a contingent situation, especially in ATM for management of airspace, the military and civilian work together, and we have new opportunities for more airspace accessibility and better, efficient sometimes ATS routes. The second point I want to address is the maybe inconsistency in the implementation of flexible use of airspace. It's implemented in a good number of states as well, but sometimes we see inconsistency and sometimes we see ineffective or not implemented in an effective way. We were talking about reserved area, implementation of or released reserve area. However, this area were sometimes released by military, but we don't see flights going through. So even the airline, for many reasons, they don't fly through this area. It could be the ANSP problem, or it could be the flight planning issue. But also from the military side, they release the areas, but the benefit from the civilian didn't get to what was expected. And for that reason, in the manual itself, or from the global collaborations that we went through, we said that FUA could be implemented in 2 levels. We don't want the states that don't need enhanced FUA as implemented in some states in Europe. They can go to the basic FUA, which is mainly the dynamic management of the airspace, current arrangement, but it could be done in a more dynamic way. And then they can move further to enhanced FUA, the way we all know it. And this maybe will take more time in order to do that. The other challenge might be facing, it's more known for everyone, is resources. And when I talk about resources, I'm not talking about investment of money mainly. It's mainly lack of human resources or specialists in civil-military cooperation at both sides, the civilian side and military side, in order to support and improve civil-military cooperation. Sometimes it's done ad hoc. In some state, you see a controller has been assigned a civil-military point of contact, and he will take care after like short period of time has been replaced. At military side, sometimes we see the same examples, but maybe it's time that states start investing in building the capacity of civil-military and having more specialists in civil-military cooperation. Resources also, we talk about ourselves in ICAO, we have limited resources. The number of civil-military technical officer or regional officer who can provide the global and regional support is very limited with the capacity we have currently, and hopefully this will be changed. The higher management are here, and yourself, maybe we can have some opportunity for increasing this competency and having more resources to support civil-military cooperation implementation. And lastly, based on our experience, I've been with ICAO for more than 12 years now, I can say in confident that from the civil side, all states, they were more than committed at level of ANSPs, CAAs, very committed to work very closely with the military. And we always hear also from the side from military side working. So we just need to provide a forum for enhanced opportunities. We heard communication, cooperation, collaboration, and this could be achieved, but it takes some time, but it could be achieved, and we are confident that we can address this later. Thank you.
A positive message that we are getting there, and we're also running out of time. So I'm going to ask one last question to Jacopo, please. And I think actually we've heard mention of the conflict in Ukraine once or twice in here. We've heard how it's driven budgets, prioritization, attitudes. But what's been the impact from a network manager point of view?
Well, first of all, we had a practical impact, which was to support the Ukrainian colleagues. So we have a lot of work plans in place to support the maintenance and training of the ATCOs, the preparation for their recovery. And of course, the more the war will go ahead, the more we will intensify the support to make sure that they will be fully ready when it starts. The direct impact on the network was 20% less airspace, to make a long story short, and the triplication, let me say it this way, of the military activities in the 41 member states, which in a nutshell is simply saying more complexity coming in. And I think the level of behavior of all the stakeholders, starting from also the civil one, was such that we have enabled safe operations throughout, which is the first and most important goal, but also to contain all the problematics related to disruptions and delays into the network. Now, I think this gives me the opportunity also to introduce, based on what I said before, a couple of things, because it was said by everyone, yes, now we need leadership, now we need to implement. I think it's really starting to be there. I think we are really living in, at least in the 41 member states of Europe, an historical moment where traffic growth, military needs are growing, and the understanding of the value for money of working more at network level is starting to be there. And the EUROCONTROL network manager is really working hard to be the honest broker, because somewhere we need also to, let's say, discuss and negotiate certain things and really ensure that there's full transparency and full balance in any kind of decision which is made, to ensure that all the priorities are met as best. And again, we are really fostering the need of having these ambassadors of change in place to ensure that not only the trust, but the implementation of what has been correctly said today is there. And I think I'm really looking forward really to the next step, because I think the dramatic situation that we have in Ukraine really deserves all our maximum efforts as European, especially, but I would say at global level, to make sure that the European aviation network, and European, not ATM network, aviation network, continues to fulfill its fundamental role in a democratic environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm going to wrap up, because I think frankly, we could continue this conversation for the rest of today, just this aspect. But I want to leave room for this afternoon's activities as well. So I think just some key messages I'm hearing already. First of all, we're hearing willingness is critical, but it's growing. And although we've heard just now from Jacopo about the kind of European experience, when you look around this room at the huge number of states that are represented, many in uniform, and you understand that we're being live streamed globally today, I think that message about willingness is not just in this room, not just in Europe, it's actually, we're starting to see it spread everywhere. And I guess there's a message here for everybody in this room and everybody watching on live stream. Be the ambassador. Be the ambassador. You've heard how on both the civil side and the military side, there's willingness, there's recognition of the value, whether you're a military or a civil user, of viewing airspace as a single resource and working together to use it as efficiently as possible. But one of our difficulties is speaking the right language, using the right terminology, truly understanding the complexities in both communities. But in this room and on live stream, we have representatives that can deal with that comfortably every day. So I think there's a clear message to help us, please, to spread this message way beyond DOC 10088, another plug for ICAO, but truly to start to build that understanding of the value of flexible use of airspace and help pave the way for some of the things that have been described here in terms of improved planning, better use of tools, working with neighbors on cross-border harmonization of procedures, and the many other valuable things that we've heard here today. And finally, I'll offer a special prize to anyone who comes up with the data exchange mechanism and procedures that allow civil and military to do real-time data exchange and real-time tactical planning. Special prize from me to whoever comes forward with the answer to that. But I think you've heard very clearly, that's the kind of tool, that's the kind of approach that we're going to need if everybody is going to benefit from flexible use of airspace. And with that, I'm going to bring this session to a close. Thank you so much to a simply awesome set of panelists and for your excellent insights and contributions today. Frankly, a lot to inspire us and give us hope that we're on the right track and we've got a lot of support as we move forward. And with that, I'm going to bring the morning session to a halt and allow you an extra 4 minutes for lunch. We're going to be back promptly, please, at 1400 and whatever time zone that is with you on live stream. So see you in just over an hour. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get going in just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached 1400 hours. So welcome back to everyone to the afternoon session of the Global Civil-Military Aviation Summit, organized in cooperation with ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. And I hope that those of you who are here in person had the opportunity to visit the stands and do some networking, and a big thank you to EUROCONTROL for an excellent lunch, which also helps us. And a welcome back also to everyone joining us on the live stream. You're exactly on time, and welcome to our afternoon session. So to get us underway this afternoon, I'm delighted to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. Seba Galepina. He is Director of Operations at ASECNA, and ASECNA is the Agency for Air Navigation Safety in Africa and Madagascar. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your keynote speaker.
Dear participant, good afternoon. I would like firstly to thank dear Raul Medina, the Director General of EUROCONTROL, for inviting ASECNA as this important summit. It's for me a great pleasure to share with you a ASECNA message at this summit, at this important summit, on behalf of Mr. Mohamed Musa, the General Director of ASECNA. The summary of this presentation is as shown. ASECNA overview, the first one. After that, African context on civil aviation military coordination, development in the ATM environment, civilian need in ATM, and integrating civilian need in an evolving environment by ASECNA. What about ASECNA? ASECNA is created in Saint-Louis of Senegal on 12 December 1959. Is an organization of 19 member states, including France. We manage more than 16 million square kilometers of airspace divided in 6 flight information regions. We provide air navigation services in airspace entrusted by member states. We have also 3 training schools, one in Niger, and the second one in Senegal, and the third one in Cameroon. We have more than half of century in existence, a unique integrated model of cooperative airspace management. Let us see what about African context of civil military coordination. Now we can see that there is low development of military aviation within Africa. Air traffic mainly managed by civilians. Very few airspace are restricted for military use. Most of restricted airspace is not usually activated. We have the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding or Cooperation and Agreement for Air Traffic Management within state between civil and military. For example, MINUSMA, MINUSCA, MINUSCO, Barkhane, and others. We have royalty exemption for military aircraft also. Let us see what about the development in the ATM environment, like in new vision of global ATM. is the growth of global air traffic environment, increasing use of drone in airspace, including VTOLs, more and more aircraft with high level of performance, need for safety-wide information management, for example, SIUM, smooth coordination between airport, airline, and INSP, growth of military activity with the birth of several conflicts, need for interoperability of system for seamless traffic management, need for insufficient, competent, and qualified human resources, need for pooling together resources and systems. What about the civilian need in ATM? Is the airspace availability and airspace capability en route, environment protection, need for optimized flight path, need to reduce separation standards to alleviate the congestion in airspace facing global aviation, need for communication system that need RCPs 240, improvement of the level of safety. Let us see now the ASECNA strategy on integrating civilian need in an evolving environment, about the increasing airspace capacity by implementation of global surveillance of IFE airspace based on ADS-B, implementation of reduced separation like asset separation, implementation of direct routes, build a single African sky. We have the project that we call it QIPA, implementation of CDO, CCO procedures, the reclassification of airspace to increase safety, implementation of satellite navigation, our program, we call it ANGA, to consolidate our QIPA project, implementation of civil-military protocol for flight management, strengthening human resource skills. That's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gelpina. Insightful comments, and I think also great that we get a very different perspective from Africa and some interesting comments about the level of engagement with military and how some of those airspaces are not activated, which I think is quite an interesting and different perspective to what we've heard already. Thank you so much. And I think this is a nice introduction to our next panel session, where we are going to start to talk about addressing future challenges of flexible and sustainable civil military usage of airspace. And perhaps that's also where we're seeing Africa coming from, future challenges coming your way. So let me invite your panel moderator back to the podium, Major General Carsten Stoje, to introduce the panel, please. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, Patrick, thank you very much for guiding us into the second panel. And before we start with the second panel, we have an introduction video just to set the scene. And I would like, that the video is going to be shown now before I introduce the panelists.
Our second panel, Addressing Future Challenges to a Flexible and Sustainable Civil-Military Usage of Airspace, looks at civil-military priorities for FUA implementation, asking about opportunities and challenges, new requirements, sustainability impacts, and CNS rationalization, and explores how ICAO and EUROCONTROL can support states to advance civil-military cooperation on FUA.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity in this very moment to thank our DG Com, for getting us those such super videos today. So thank you very much. It was great work. I would like to introduce now the panelists on the second panel. We are missing one in the moment. He is outside the door, but will join us in a moment. This is Philip Cornelis. He is the Director for Aviation, Directorate General for Mobility and Transport from the European Commission, but he has an important call outside, so he will join us in a moment. Then we have Achim Baumann, the Policy Director from Airlines for Europe. So we will have an interesting airline perception hopefully today. And then I go to Major General Dr. Jan Kübert. He's the Director General from the German Military Aviation Authority, to have the military view in this panel. And then I go over to Major General André Erich Denk. He is the Deputy Chief Executive from the European Defence Agency and brings us a little bit of the European defense perception. The next panelist is Brian Brookbauer, Brigadier General retired from the United States Air Force, and he is presently the CEO and President of the Air Traffic Control Association, ATCA. And last but not least, from EUROCONTROL, Razvan Bukuroy. He is the head of the Airspace and Capacity Division at EUROCONTROL from the Network Management Directorate. So a very warm welcome to all the panelists, and I'm looking forward to a good discussion. And I would like to set the scene a little bit. This panel deals with addressing the future challenges of delivering a flexible and a sustainable civil military usage of the airspace. And therefore, we want to identify common actions towards improving civil military cooperation in flexible use of airspace in order to meet aviation's future global challenges. To start with, I would like each of you to answer the following question based on your own experience and individual perspective. So, what do you consider to be the main challenges for the flexible use of airspace in the future? And I would like to start with Achim Baumann.
Thank you very much for this challenging question. Thank you very much for having me. Congratulations for the event so far. It's quite impressive to see how many people are actually interested in civil military coordination. I'm been military in the past, been on the civil aviation side, and now with the airline view. So I'll try to be candid and straightforward on both of that. So the challenge for flexibility of airspace in the future, I think, is a bit what we've discussed before. We talked about trust, harmonization, communication. The question here is, what are we talking about? Are we talking about air defender versus daily operations? Are we talking about daily operations, or are we talking about what we do in exceptional cases on the different kinds of environment? Do we talk about today's environment or talking about the future environment? If you look at the large-scale exercises, it worked. We will have to draw some lessons learned, but I think for the future, we're well prepared for large-scale exercises. I'm more concerned about the daily operation on flexible use of airspace, because if we look at the changes expected in the future, being it free-wheel airspace, being it what we call an optimum trajectory concept, as was mentioned by ICAO, FFIs, these are new operations which will result in a different way of flying of civil aircraft, specifically looking at the environmental angle. So decarbonization of aviation is a big topic for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think the challenge for FUA, for flexible use of airspace, will be how to integrate the two. Because obviously, restricted areas or exercises like Air Defender will have an impact on the way we fly, will have an impact on the efficiency of the trajectories we plan, and how we deal with this. So for me, coming back to the first one, communication of what we actually need, as airlines, we're looking at now with the new optimum trajectory concepts, the new KPIs, key performance indicators coming up, to actually communicate not only what we would like to fly, but also as a flight plan, the actual flight plan, but also what we would like to fly if there would be no restrictions, so that everybody can see where we would like to be at a given day in the year, at a given hour in that day, and can work around these requirements. So flexible use of airspace is not just checking where you would like to go, move it left or move it right. It's actually moving it left or moving it right based on what civil aviation would like to see. And then we can come to a common agreement, which is best for both of us, because in all the cases, it's not one for the other, or one who always suffers or one who always gives. It's always a give and take, and we're in the whole system together. So this communication and the communication exchange of data and information, which will be within the ATM system in the next coming years, is already well known, but what we do with that, how we exchange it and what we make out of it, that is the biggest challenge for me at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achim Baumann, for your first insight. And this gives me the opportunity to introduce Philip Cornelis. Philip, thank you for being here today. The Director of Aviation, as I said, Directorate General for Mobility Transport from the European Commission. And Philip, you already started with the first question, but I let you settle in, and I take you as the last one in the first round, so that you have the opportunity to get the atmosphere here and to see what the discussion is going on. So in this case, I will continue with Jan Kübert, Major General. Jan, please, for the first question.
Yes, hello, Carsten, and good day to everybody listening in to this large conference. I'd like to start with a few words that were used this morning by Sir Stephen, who mentioned that we are working in a common airspace, not a military airspace, not a civilian one, a common airspace. We're using it jointly according to the requirement. And that's exactly where things evolve, and what will be decisive how we act, the requirement, because the requirement is certainly dynamic, it's changing. So why does it change? A couple of things obviously are of major importance. First and foremost, we have a war in Europe. We have a war next door, a large-scale conventional war with a clear aggressor, which is Russia, which is also threatening a number of nations whose representatives are sitting here today. So what does that tell us? It tells us that defense is important, and that we should not, or rather that we must not, compromise on defense. Or maybe I should phrase it a bit differently. Of course, we can make compromises on how we fly and how we organize ourselves. But the limit of compromises from the military view on this should be where we endanger our ability to defend. And that's become painfully clear, I think, during the last 1.5 years of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Obviously, there are other requirements that also evolve and change. As has been mentioned previously today, we are seeing the introduction of new aircraft, 5th generation aircraft. If we look a bit further into the future, there will be 6th generation aircraft, and all of them require more airspace. I will come to that. Also, the capabilities of weapons on those aircraft, as well as on current aircraft, evolve and increase. They have a bigger range. We can employ weapons, rockets at longer ranges, and that has an impact on the airspace required for the military. And in essence, all this means, okay, we need larger airspace in the lateral dimensions, and we can discuss that in more detail in the second round. We will more often than not need airspace that is vertically, that extends the entire vertical ladder, so from ground to, say, flight level 600. And we will have to have airspace that allows us to train with our army units, which means we can't do it all over the Atlantic, or we cannot do all our training over the North Sea. There will have to be training areas in the overland to be able to train with our armies. Same applies for training with the navies. So there will have to be training areas over the coastal areas. And of course, new weapon systems have new capabilities. They require new networks, have a new load and requirement on frequencies, on the frequency bands necessary. And picking up a question that was posed by my previous speaker, Mr. Baumann, of course, all this is not just about large-scale exercises conducted once every other year. Of course, we're talking about daily ops. We're talking about something that we need on a recurring, a regular basis. So how does all this relate with flexible use of airspace? In Germany, where of course I grew up and I've been flying most of my time, we have known flexible use of airspace since the 90s. And I think the EUROCONTROL representative on our morning discussion round mentioned that. So flexible use of airspace has been around in Europe since the 90s. In my days flying in a squadron, yes, we've had that. So, and it works. So we've done this in Germany and in parts of Europe over decades, flexible use of airspace. And the change we now face, which is the challenge that we have to overcome, is that we no longer have just an increase in demand on the civilian side. Yeah, we've had that the last decades as well, but we will now have and already have an increase in demand on the military side. And that is our challenge, how to make this work for mutual benefit in a situation where both sides have an increasing demand and where the ability from the military side to make compromises has limits. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Jan, thank you very much for your first insights. And I would like to hand it over then to Andre. Andre.
Yeah, many thanks for the invitation. Andre Denk from the European Defence Agency. Just to let you know who we are, the agency belongs, so to speak, to the 27 member states. Our DNA tells us to conduct capability development, research, technology, innovation, and procurement. Currently, we're very busy in procuring 155mm artillery ammunition in favor of Ukraine. Furthermore, we are a platform for cooperation of our 27 member states, and we represent our 27 member states, one sitting next to me, towards wider EU policies, for instance, the Single European Sky. So we have a specific military aviation body dedicated to it, EDA, Single European Sky Military Aviation Board, and we provide the services member states ask us to do. So then moving very quickly also to your question, I mean, I don't want to repeat the obvious. Airspace is neither purely civilian nor a military domain, one common and shared airspace, a critical domain, a scarce resource, so to speak, and the growing demand, you mentioned it, related airspace restrictions, for example, stemming from the war in Ukraine, but also from the need to train more military forces is obvious. The concept of flexible use of airspace is efficient civil-military cooperation aiming to optimize the use of airspace, and the European military aviation community made and will continue to make significant efforts to contribute to optimize the use of the airspace by, for instance, allocating both human and financial resources. And another example is the modification of exclusive military training areas, releasing airspace, thus maximizing the benefits for all civilian airspace users. So three main challenges that I see. The one was already mentioned a couple of times today. We have new airspace users, also types of drones, airplanes, balloons, platforms operating in higher altitude operations, launch to and recovery from outer space, next generation military aircraft, you mentioned it as well, Jan, and far more to come. And we at European Defence Agency, together with the member states, we are developing new high-end capabilities, and we also try to take up innovation as we see now in Ukraine to real capabilities. The second challenge that I see is that we need to implement the flexible use of airspace in a perhaps more agile and reactive way to move or to be able to move from a business as usual or normal situation to an unusual or exceptional situation, such as conflicts, wars, environmental disasters, or other disruptive events. And the third, more derived challenge is that we, as I see it, need to share technology amongst all civilian and military aviation stakeholders, including airport ground handling services, enabling live data exchange and adapting plans in real time. So we see the need for a holistic approach. And in this regard, Civ-Mil interoperability is key, and we need to think dual use and synergies to the maximum extent possible. Then we have to develop operational procedures to consider the new entrants at all altitudes and implement a governance structure at EU level, able to take decisions to move rapidly from a normal situation to an exceptional situation and to reassess the priorities. To cope with these challenges, I think we need a change of culture to raise the bar, so to speak, in terms of civil and military cooperation. Thank you.
Andre, thank you very much for this insight on the European Defence Agency and the challenges and the view on flexible use of airspace. Culture change, you know, that the last thing that is saying, I cannot agree more. I would like to add that not only a culture change is necessary, I think also mindset change kind of will be necessary, you know, to work all together. And with that, I would like to hand over to Brian Brookbauer to give us more the worldwide perception from his, you know, chair position. Brian.
All right, thank you very much, Karsten, and thank you all for being here today. I think you're going to hear a lot of commonality in our answers today, because the first thing I had on my list was just competing needs. And not only do we see this in the United States, where the Air Traffic Control Association is headquartered, but when we work internationally as well, we see the same challenges around the world. And as was just mentioned, this is far greater than just airlines and military training and military operations. We are seeing so many more drone operations used for civilian type operations, whether it's building inspections or power line inspections or crop dusting. We even have a drone company within the United States that takes transplants from one hospital to another hospital. So the business case for that sector is growing, and that's a competing need. As was mentioned, space launch is becoming more and more common, not just within the United States, but globally as well. That's yet another demand on our airspace. And you know, law enforcement, I would argue, also is an area that we haven't yet discussed today, but within the United States and around the world, you have national security events that occur. You've got critical infrastructure that needs to be protected, and there's threats all the time that are, you know, focusing on those areas within our various countries. So I think one thing I've done at ACA is I've worked to try to bring together these different sectors, because I think the solutions in the future, we have more in common than we think. And I think the what was mentioned this morning about a digital infrastructure. There are things like that that we need to work on together with the various sectors to ensure that we develop solutions in the future that take into consideration all airspace users. And I think if we approach these challenges in that way, it'll only make the civil military dimension of that work even better in the future. And then I would be remiss, and I did not hear this talked about this morning, but for sure within the United States and definitely around the world, climate change is changing weather patterns as well. And we're seeing more devastating types of weather phenomena within the United States, which obviously has an effect then on traffic flow and airspace use. And that's one thing that we're all learning from when we see some of these really devastating storms occurring around the world as well. So I think it's great that in various forums we get together to talk about these things. I think it's more important that we actually do something though. So what I'm interested in is how do we operationalize the ideas that we're coming up with, and how can we then work together to implement those ideas? Thanks, Karsten.
Brian, thank you very much. Very interesting views. And this is the thing, you know, for our wrap up, Porek, for sure, you know, how to operationalize, you know, all the good ideas that we have here in the moment. So this is for sure a big challenge that we will face in the future. But we have somebody here that is able to answer those questions and to operationalize. And this is EUROCONTROL, and specifically Razvan Bukurov. So Razvan, you are the man for the operationalizing of all the questions here.
Many thanks, Karsten, and good afternoon to everybody. Let me say first that when listening this morning to our distinguished keynote speakers, I was personally proud, because each of the speakers mentioned aspects in more general policy terms or in very operational terms that are completely covered by the concept of the flexible use of airspace that we are applying on a daily basis. And that was impressive. That was impressive. Listening, talking about civil-military coordination, policy making from the UK CAA, from the Belgium Air Force, saying, yeah, we have implemented the rolling UUP and so on. It was impressive to see that from policy down to the low-level elements of the flexible use of airspace concept, everything has been mentioned this morning. And this is rewarding, and it gives us proud as a community that those things are being implemented. Operationalizing. 2 weeks after the 24th of February, the fatidic date of 24th of February 2022, we had a debriefing together with NATO, some states, some INSPs on how it did work. And a person with a high-level position in NATO said it went surprisingly well. And my reaction to that was, it went well because we were prepared. And this is the important thing. We are all prepared to tackle these challenges. And taking it from the strategic perspective of the airspace design, where we integrate from the very beginning the future military requirements, and we integrate them in the longer term, because the future military requirements are going to be more and more demanding, and they need more innovative solutions in order to be integrated. And you cannot do airspace design without considering flexible use of airspace and without considering the system support for that. It is impossible. You need to think of the operational procedures that you are going to put in place when executing the airspace design. We have free route airspace now that is implemented in a massive cross-border manner in Europe that offers a lot of flexibility where to position future military airspace and how to address this from a more cross-border perspective. Director Network Manager said this morning that we are running about 300 to 500 military exercises per year, out of which 15 to 20 are of a very large scale. We are well prepared to. We are very well prepared to run this, and this is just normal practice, I would say. And this is really very important. And these ASM procedures, and I might shock many people when I'm saying that militaries in Europe are more harmonized than civil. Militaries in Europe are more harmonized than civil. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if we would not have had an ASM procedures book that is applied by the letter by everybody, if this procedure book would not specify how the information is exchanged, at which time, in which format, in which frequency, we would not be able to process all the information that comes daily from the military into the network management systems and is then redistributed through the airspace use plan, the updated airspace use plan, everything that was mentioned this morning. Militaries are more standardized, and I'm proud to say that. And I'm pleased to see how well, from a network management perspective, we are working together with them. But we are talking here about challenges. It is good that we are prepared, because by using everything that we have now, we can address the future challenges. And they are very simple. Probably if we would have been here, I don't know, in 2019, we would have still had information about the 5th and 6th generation aircraft, about the F-35s, about the future military airspace requirements, about the need for larger training areas. But that would have been probably in a slightly different context. Now, in 2023, we are talking about something that became fundamental, and those are the security challenges. And those security challenges now encompass not only the future military requirements in terms of training area, but how you do access to them, how rapidly you are able to make use of them. And we had a very interesting discussion yesterday in NATO about this type of concepts, and we are very much behind it. So this is the first big challenge, and I think it is the most important challenge. Now, the secondary challenges are, how are we going to get there, basically? And I would make a number of proposals. The flexible use of airspace and the airspace management procedures book talks about from strategic to tactical. I don't think, to be honest, that with the challenges that we have in front of us, that it would be possible to continue as really we are doing today. We need to get closer to real time. We need to have clear real-time civil-military coordination, apply the procedures that facilitate that, exchange the data, and have the system support that allow real-time civil-military coordination to be put in place. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to continue working just on the basis of segregation of airspace. We need to have these new concepts and new methodologies to address this. Another big challenge is the integration of the new entrants. And again, I'm pleased there to say that together with the European Commission and other European institutions, there is an exceptional work ongoing on the ECHO project, but at the same time, operationalizing the future requirements, we have developed a new strategic project that is called integration of new entrants. And probably in a second intervention, I will speak a little bit more about that. And we are already starting to put in place the procedure allowing to integrate the new entrants. And we are talking about the drones, but we are talking also about launching of commercial satellites and the challenges that this poses in the need to have a multinational coordination of airspace reservations, not just a national one, because a missile launching a satellite does not go just through a single state. And the reservations need to be done for 2-3 minutes in a very agile manner, with a multinational dimension, and we absolutely need that. We need, of course, system capabilities to be able to do all that from a network point of view, but also at local level, and those need to be more and more integrated. We are talking a lot about the military users there and which are their needs, but which is the role of the civil users, because I'm sorry to say, from the civil point of view, there are still too many civil restrictions in the airspace, probably a little bit more than the military ones, and they need to be looked into to give more flexibility in the system. But also together with the airspace users and the computer flight plan service providers to modernize their systems in order to be able to take into account what is made available by the military in a very, very, very dynamic manner. So that the dynamicity will not be only on civil-military coordination, it will be also together with the airspace users and the computer flight plan service providers. And then, of course, all the CNS infrastructure, you know, there are big challenges there. For Air Defender, we had a huge request for transponder codes. A huge request for transponder codes. Can we continue to operate on the basis of the CAL? I'm sorry, no. We have to move all into the integrated CCAM system that we have here in the network manager to be able to play at any time with any requests of codes that we would fully guarantee. We cannot work anymore with lists of codes that are booked and not used. That cannot be the case anymore. So, dear colleagues, dynamicity, real-time exchange of information, I think the bases are there, the procedures are there, the systems are there. We just need to move and to continue to work in the directions in which we've done already. Thank you, Carsten.
Razvan, thank you very much for this illustrative intervention you had. And we see here clearly, working at Eurocontrol means we need to get to the operational things down, to really things that we can use daily in our activities in the air and on the ground when it comes down to the ANSPs and to the airlines and to the military. So a lot of things that we need to work together on a technology side, digitalization, data exchange, as you mentioned, which brings me then to the European Commission and to Philip Cornelis with his intervention. Philip, please.
Thank you very much, Carsten, and thank you for inviting me here today in this very large and interesting group. We are not used to being in rooms with so many uniforms. Because, as you know, the EU has been a civil project, 100% civil project from the start, and we were kept very far away of anything to do with defense and military. That was the reserved space of national governments. This has been the case for decades, but there has really been a change in the last few years, and I think it probably started with the annexation by Russia of Crimea. When topics like military mobility, the dual use of transport infrastructure has become an issue and something that we've been involved in. And of course, more recently, since the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, things have become possible in interaction between the EU and the military that have been unimaginable before. When I heard that we were going to buy weapons using the EU budget, this is something that I would have been fired for even proposing it a couple of years ago. So we are in a very, very different world today. And this will help us, I think, also to work even better together in aviation. Because indeed, it was recalled, we have been working together for a very long time in aviation because we share the same airspace, and flexible use of airspace has been around before the creation of the single European sky, as Major General reminded us. In my limited experience, indeed, also to pick up on what Razvan said, and I'm not saying this because there are so many military colleagues here, but it's easy, or it's a pleasure to work with the military because the approach you have is very practical, and things need to work. And my impression is that, and now I'm simplifying probably, you come to us with two major requirements. One is we have to be able to carry out our missions, whether it's training or real operations. And secondly, we need to have security and protect our data and so on. Those seem to be the two big issues that you require from any cooperation. That's very clear, and we can work with that. It's a good starting point. With my civil colleagues, it's not always that clear, I can tell you. When we talk about developing further the single European sky, I'm here, they're not sure what they want, but what we're proposing they don't like. So that's not always very easy to work with. So anyway, that being said, coming back to flexible user airspace, it's been around a long time, and in the meantime, it's been integrated into EU law. We have a regulation on this topic. It's also integrated in the work of the network manager. at the international level. So it's a very well established concept, but it's not yet used to its full extent, and that's from our perspective an issue. And I understand that, for example, in 2021, it was underused to about half. Let's say half the possibilities for flexible use were actually not used. And that's by the civil side, I mean, of course. And that's an issue because we need this capacity. We need this ability to fly direct routes for reasons of efficiency, environmental performance. So we need to find a way to improve the actual use of the opportunities that are offered. So we need to also find out what are the reasons why it's not fully utilized, and there perhaps there are a couple of challenges that that we have. First of all, on the side of the airlines, we have to see how they function and to what extent are they able to adapt their routing in almost real time, or at least at short notice, to what is actually possible. Today, maybe they are not fully equipped, either not fully motivated or not fully equipped to do that. So we need to work on tools for making that real-time use of airspace more accessible. Then, of course, also a challenge for the future that I had noted, and it was mentioned before, is that as time goes on, there will be a greater use or a greater demand for airspace from the military side for understandable reasons. There's going to be the new users like drones, and there's going to be the civil side asking for more capacity. So that's really a huge challenge and one that makes the flexible use even more important than it was in the past. And then, of course, the other big challenge that I have here is the issue of technology, interoperability. We are very much in favor of developing dual-use technologies. We're ready to put also some of our money into developing those technologies. And perhaps on that basis, we can do more in the future to share infrastructure. That is very expensive both for the military and the civil side, to share more CNS infrastructure, to have both satellite and ground and use redundancy between the two in a shared way. But of course, for that, we need to have a certain degree of interoperability between a military and civil side. We need to make sure we're up to the security standards that are required. That we need also for the civilian side, by the way, and we can probably learn from the military side. And we need to invest in a coordinated way. And investing in technology upgrades, it's very challenging. It's first of all very costly. It takes time, and the hardest part is to synchronize it and coordinate it. So those are some challenges that we see to deepen further and improve further the use of the flexible use of airspace going forward. I would conclude by saying that since I'm probably the last speaker, that in fact there is a lot of commonality in our analysis, and I'm sorry for repeating some of the points that were made before. So that's of course a very good thing that we have a common analysis of the situation, and the question then rather is, indeed, as you were also hinting, Carsten, how do we operationalize this, and do we have the right fora to discuss these topics further and find solutions for those challenges going forward? So that would be my takeaway. Thank you.
Philip, thank you very much. I talked to all the air chiefs recently about their national CNS military strategy. So how do they perceive, what do they want to have in 10 to 15 years as far as CNS infrastructure is concerned? This needs to be harmonized, being interoperable. I know that NATO, looking now to NATO and to the European Defense Agency, they are looking into harmonizing CNS infrastructure from the military perception. And when we have this, Then we can, harmonize together with the civil side, and then we come to dual use technologies. One thing is clear, that we from the military side, we need to much more transparent, in the sense of, okay, we are able to share information much more than we did in the past. Classification is very expensive, and we need to think very much, okay, what we really need to classify, right? And then we are able, to share and come to dual use solutions. So thank you very much for this first round. And now I would like, to go to specific questions that allow us, to hook on what we saw in the first interventions. And I would like to start with Airlines for Europe. Achim Baumann, flexible use of airspace. We talked a lot, despite being broadly implemented here in Europe. My impression is still not being fully exploited by the airlines, meaning temporary reserved by airspace by the military is not used often to reduce flying time. So what steps are you taking to better utilize those opportunities, and which could lead to fuel savings or reducing CO2 emissions? Achim, over to you.
Thanks, Carsten. Thank you very much for the question. And I'm already taking the first step on that proposal, and that making sure that people understand, and we don't hear that anymore, that the shortest route is the most efficient route. This is basically ignoring physics. Very simple, very straightforward. Meaning we plan a flight based on winds, based on aircraft weight, based on whatever other influence, temperature influence we have, which are not necessarily straight lines. So for me, what we have not done, but what we will be able to do in the future, is to share what we actually would like to fly, in the sense of what is fuel efficient on a specific day in a specific flight. And we will also be able to share that, hopefully, given new and innovative systems being available far in advance, to allow military to see where we would be flying on a specific day under the normal operations, not necessarily the air defender kind of operations. So to see if where they thought it is less impactful, because I assume you don't plan your airspaces, your training spaces, to be as obstructive as possible. I think you are proactive, like everybody else, and try to find a way so you don't obstruct civil traffic as much as possible. Hence, you miss this information. So for us, sharing that information, what we would like to fly, if we can, early in advance for everybody else to be able to plan for it, is a target, because that helps everybody involved, ensures that we can fly least fuel burn routes and most efficient routes, and helps the military, or ensures that the military can actually achieve the training requirements as they need to do for that specific part. So that for me is the first part of what we intend to do. And it possibly also explains why we don't change trajectories in flight, because there is not only the piece through the restricted or the not anymore restricted airspace, it's the one downstream of that. So there's more airspace behind that. And the changes might not be efficient, neither on our side in the sense of fuel or time, because being earlier in the airport is as bad as being later in the airport, because then we might be doing vertical holdings, which is not really helpful either. So there is a point on that as well. And one simple explanation why we don't use that airspace is because you didn't intend to fly through that in the first place. So, but what wanted to pick up something what Razvan said, it's the simple point that the CFSPs and the available system and the database we have at this point in time is not fit for 2030, if you like. CFSPs need to be more flexible. EUROCONTROL need to be able to provide information. We need to be able to use the information and provide our feedback. So the whole process around that is very, very important. And there is where, for me, the innovation starts. What are the requirements? What has changed compared to today. For us, it's obviously the Fit for 55, the Green Deal, and the requirements linked to that. And on the military side, it's obviously the new aircraft types, 5th and 6th generation, with new weapon system, new requirements on training. And we need to get these things together. Because I think one of the things which is extremely important to realize and to keep in mind, whatever we do, airspace is a common resource. Not any one entity uses it by itself. It's always a give and take. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this intervention and explanation why you're not able to use the airspace beforehand. Obviously, you know, we need to work closer together in information change here to open, you know, to all sides and being much more transparent. And with that, I go to Major General Jan Kübert for the next question. So we heard about the next generation fighters, and they introduce a new concept that require more airspace. And we need to add unmanned technologies and new operational networks as well. How will this impact, Jan, civil military airspace management, and how will this be best coordinated between the civil and the military side from your perception?
Yes, allow me to elaborate a little bit on the requirement and then turn to ideas on how to move forward to proceed and what could help in providing mutual benefit. So the airspace issue, as has been mentioned a number of times, is a significant one because it increases the airspace size by, depending on what you compare, easily to the factor of 2 or 3. So if you compare present military restricted airspace to what we need in the future, we're talking about this category. So easily the double or triple the airspace that we've had previously. So it will be no small matter to accommodate this in the future. And the issue of having more vertical airspace as well is due to the fact there's more assets flying, and assets flying from low to high. As we can see in the war in Ukraine, for instance, flying starts at the low level. So there is a low-level flying taking place in Ukraine. That is obviously a part of our training as well, and will have to be trained in the future. We have a number of UAVs, and in the particular military use, we will see an increasing number of Predator MQ-9 variants of all sorts, Predator Sea Guardian, Sky Guardian, and you will also see the Heron TP from Germany within the next year flying in Europe as well. So there's an increasing use of medium altitude UAVs within Europe that we also have to accommodate. And I've already mentioned the necessity that we have to fly over areas where our Army and Navy trains as well. So if we turn, how do we solve all this in the future? Well, a first starting look is worthwhile at Air Defender, because it really shows that it can be done. Now, Air Defender is certainly not the case that we can do every day. There's been year-long planning behind this and a huge successful effort by many of the organizations represented here today. But it does show how you can implement large airspaces within Europe in its contested airspace, and that you can make this work. So I think it's something that should encourage us when we look at how to solve the issue for the benefit of both the civilian and the military world in the future. So what are a couple of thoughts that can possibly help us as we look forward? Well, first, stating the obvious, we will all have to honor safety. So whatever we think on that could be explored, trajectories, whereas there's some space between trajectories, safety and ensuring there is no closed path or even a mid-air should be at the number one of all our thinking as people working in the air domain. And that puts some limits on how flexible we can do stuff. It must be safe at the end of the day, so we can't just introduce stuff in a wild, unorganized way. Where there is some solution space, obviously, is in the fact that the military does not need these airspaces 24/7. And that is at the core of flexible use of airspace, why we have this concept. And we should build on that. We don't need it all the time. And we can pre-plan when as military users, we need the airspace. There's also some flexibility in where we can fly. The flexibility is limited, so we can't fly everything over the North Sea or the Atlantic, but there is some flexibility. The limits of this flexibility, where do we need the airspace, also has to do with things that are a bit not really recognized, I believe, in many discussions. So when we talk about fuel savings, well, fuel savings doesn't just apply to the civilian world. It's a matter for the military world as well. So if we have transit times to our training areas, which are too long, it wastes our fuel, it wastes taxpayers' money, it wastes training times for us. At the end of the day, it gives us less opportunity to be effective. And yeah, we've gotten used in certainly in Central Europe that there are some transit times. And the Finnish chief of staff mentioned it this morning, saying, I think in the north, you can have gear up and you're close to your training area. Well, we're used to having some transit times, but it shouldn't become too long. Cross-border is another thing that we can build upon. So establishing airspaces across national borders. For Germany, we have an ongoing and successful work to establish such airspace with our Dutch colleagues and with our French colleagues and potentially more. It's also certainly on other agencies' agendas to establish cross-border training areas. So there's opportunity in this element that can help us move forward. Also, the idea, I think that's been laid on the table by EUROCONTROL, by the military part in EUROCONTROL, to establish a North Sea-wide training area and deactivate segments of this area is a very worthwhile idea to follow as well. So bottom line, I think there are a couple of elements how to solve this, how to find solutions to in developing flexible use of airspace to accommodate the increasing demand, both on the civilian side and the clearly increasing demand, which must be met on the military side as well.
Jan, thank you very much for your clear perspective as far as airspace dimension is concerned, but also pointing out that the baseline for all planning civil military is safety. So that was not really mentioned over the day, but it's good that you did it with this intervention. And I would like to hand over to the EDA, André Denk. So we heard a lot about the Ukraine war today, and certainly we already draw the first lesson identified and lesson learned even out of it. I would like to ask you, how will the war in Ukraine affect the EU defense policies in the future? What will be the impact on existing civil military cooperation arrangements? They're already there. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this one.
Even though, unfortunately, Russia's aggression against Ukraine is not finished, of course, there are already many lessons on the table that can be at least observed already now. We have analyzed the war in Ukraine within the EDA and with member state support, and the implications for future EU defense capabilities in the operational, in the strategic, and in the industrial domains. By the way, this analysis has been welcomed by EU ministers of defense only last month, and they discussed this paper. one thing is crystal clear: this war will significantly affect EU defense, and I would just like to emphasize some few elements related to aviation. The main lesson is, of course, that can be highlighted here is that military operations are conducted in a peacetime environment alongside commercial aviation. So air forces are conducting live operations within and from the European airspace on a daily basis. Let's think about UAVs, UAVs used for EU operations in the Mediterranean Sea, Ukraine, of course, but also air policing. The second key lesson is the importance of the air domain in modern warfare, from ensuring superiority in the third dimension to the use of modern air defense system able to counter the full spectrum of threats, from low speed, low altitude ones like small drones or loitering ammunition to cruise and ballistic missiles, not to forget hypersonic weapons. And finally, in the light of the ongoing air defender exercise, the importance of large-scale military training exercises, that is obvious, this will be ongoing. We will need more in Europe. And the common thread in these lessons learned or observed is, as I already mentioned, always the importance of civil cooperation and civil-military data and information exchange. So what might be the impact on existing civil cooperation arrangements? The importance of the air domain has been already highlighted in the Strategic Compass, a document approved in March last year by the EU heads of government. And this document provides the European Union with an ambitious plan of action for strengthening EU security and defense policy by the next 10 years, by 2030. So following the approval of this document, there are ongoing works to develop a strategic reflection for a free and safe, secure European access to airspace. And without prejudicing what member states might decide, a possible follow-up might be the development of a common EU policy for air security in which both civilian and military strategic objectives are set and commonly agreed, addressing both civil cooperation in a shared and congested US space, but also a common response to the threats to international air security. So this common EU policy might lead to strengthening the existing civil cooperation arrangements to successfully face the challenges which were already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre, for this insight in the European defense policies. You mentioned the Strategic Compass that was out this year. So very important paper to read here, at least in the European region, but could be, you know, also blueprint maybe for the other region in the world. And with that, I would like to hand over to Brian Brookbrower again for his perception. Like, you know, effectiveness of flexible use of airspace is, as we saw, dependent on consistency between airspace management, air traffic flow management, and air traffic services. So what will be the air traffic control plan execution related to those challenges? Ryan, what could you say in this direction?
All right, thank you, Karsten. So in my 29 years in the US Air Force and now my 2 years in this position, you know, over that span of time, I've seen great progress in how these systems work. And I think it goes back to not only the procedures that have been put into place, but the organizational frameworks that have been developed over time to work on the efficiency of the systems. That's why we have a EUROCONTROL. That's why we have an FAA Operations Center in the United States, is to monitor the system, the health of the system, what's happening in the system, and how adjustments can be made to still keep it operating, you know, as efficiently as possible. But I think it's worthwhile, given the point in time we're at here now, to take a look at these frameworks and just do some reflection to see, do we have the right framework frameworks or organizations in place for the challenges that we are facing in the future? Do we have the right mix of people in place to be able to make sure that we're making the right decisions at the right time for flexible use? Additionally, and this was mentioned a few minutes ago, are we making the right investments in technology for the future? I know, again, within the United States, there are things that are being invested in to upgrade our automation systems so that there can be greater flexibility when a military operating area isn't in use, and that use can be more rapidly exchanged between the FAA and the military. But I think taking a look beyond our current automation systems, what's the next evolution that can help us really be able to create what we want in terms of flexible use airspace. And I think, again, I go back to this digital infrastructure that was mentioned this morning. There's been a lot of debate in forums that I've been involved in and what that digital infrastructure needs to look like in the future. And I think the more we can agree on what that digital infrastructure looks like, I think the quicker we can come to realize what it is, what needs to be invested in, and being able to implement that. Because again, going back to my previous point, there are so many more users that we're going to be seeing in the future. And if we really want airspace to be flexible, there has to be a way where everybody's connected and that we're able to leverage things like artificial intelligence and machine learning and other tools that, a person or a group of people just will not have the ability or speed to make decisions as rapidly as they need to be made in order to realize, again, what we want for flexible use airspace. So I think, again, to reiterate my points, taking a look at these existing frameworks we have, existing organizations we have, making sure we have the right mix of people and capabilities readied for the future, and make smart investments that aren't made in a bubble, but are, agreed upon in a multinational way so that we're able to connect with each other so that we can realize that flexible use airspace that we want and need in the future. Thanks, Karsten.
Brian, thank you very much. And when you're talking about digital infrastructure, that gives me the right handover to EUROCONTROL and Razvan, because as you all know, EUROCONTROL is going innovation. And maybe you saw the new ops building that was built in the last 1.5 years, by the way, on time, on money. Where do you find this in the world? So that was a great success. And but inside this building, we need a new digital software, and EUROCONTROL is investing in the development of the so-called integrated network management program. And Razvan, maybe you can elaborate a little bit, how will the INM support future airspace operations?
Thank you, Karsten. So with the current system, we can do already a lot. I think we can reach from the 50% to almost 90% of the implementation. But there is this probably 80 to 100% that remains in terms of real-time civil-military coordination. And this is where we are focusing really the developments of the INM system to fully enable the real-time civil-military coordination, because this is where the future is. To that, we are adding the possibility of having much faster, much quicker, and more responsive airspace changes in almost ad hoc. There is a possibility today for ad hoc. It's a little bit more comprehensive, but in the new system, that would be a very quick fix. The data layer system that will integrate the current European airspace database with our database in the current NM system will give a better possibility to integrate data from the military AIPs That again, it is done today, but it's a little bit more cumbersome. But it will become very flexible. The expansion of the utilization, and this is just publicity, the expansion of the utilization of the operational air traffic flight plan that has been implemented in our system as from this year. But INM will enable the expansion to a large number of states, hopefully for a European-wide utilization of the OAT flight plan, and that is another element in the real-time coordination, because it will be very, very significant to have both the military and the civil flight plans in the system, because that would help a lot in assessing the complexity of the situation in the airspace. And last but not least, the integration of the VFR flight plans. Another element of the new system will be the simulation capabilities. And today we have a system through which we do an airspace design process. We do a full airspace design project. Then we take it in our ops room. We do the validation with the operational stakeholders, etc., etc. But that is done in sort of steps. Now with the new system, we will be able to have a single process from design into operations for the validation of the airspace changes. And that would be also very important for the organization of major military exercises where some new ad hoc areas would be required. That would be very easy to be implemented, checked, validated, and then operated. Another important element in that is the handling of the crisis. We'll have a much more modern interface and data to manage the crisis. And last but not least, on the data exchange, we are already fully SWIM compliant. We are amongst the few organizations in Europe who are currently fully SWIM compliant. And we are having a powerful data exchange via B2B, but that would be even further increased with INM in terms of capacity, data processing capabilities, etc. And in this context, and in the context of the crisis, I would like to add that we need to have a little bit wider view of the crisis situation. And I think we have been a little bit selfish in this afternoon panel, talking probably a little bit too much about Europe and forgetting the international context and forgetting that this is an ICAO EUROCONTROL workshop. And what is important in this context is to ensure, and our system will be in full support of that, our new system. We are already doing it in a more, let's say, manual manner, supported by tools, but still very manual, in coordinating responses to crisis worldwide. And there is a network manager obligation to ensure connectivity and continuity with adjacent ICAO European regions. And we are doing it, and we are participating in all the crisis contingency teams that ICAO is organizing that have an impact on the European air traffic flows. And because of the tools and the system support that we have, we are very often requested by ICAO to run impact assessments and simulations for them for other regions in the world. The problem that we have is that we do not have the flight information, the flight plans for other regions in the world, except for those who are of course, coming into Europe. And it would be very important to think in a wider perspective in terms of creating, and we can be the technical host of something like that, of creating a worldwide database of flight plans that could be used at any time to make assessments of what is required in times of crisis, of what is required in terms of contingency scenarios, etc. And we have the tools to run all this, but we do not have the flight plans. We have the airspace, but we do not have the flight plans. And I think this is something that we as EUROCONTROL, we are proposing since a while, and it would be very helpful and useful. And Carsten, last but not least, I would like to say that cooperation on civil military aspects and on the implementation of the full flexible use of airspace worldwide is extremely important. And initiatives like that should continue. I would like to highlight here that together with the European Commission and EASA, but also with ICAO, we have participated in a variety and in a quite significant number of workshops with other regions in the world, like the Southeast Asia, South America, etc., where we were presenting together the benefits of the flexible use of airspace, and also with the support of ICAO in other regions of the world. And I remember in South America, this was a common initiative, European Commission, EASA, ICAO, to which we have offered support. And I think it is very important that regionally, and again, I'm becoming selfish again, the good experience that we have here in Europe with the implementation of the flexible use of airspace is spread to other regions in the world. We need that because crises are not just in Europe. Crises are global, and we need a common way of approaching and working the civil-military cooperation. And that would be very important. It's not a big deal to help, and it's not a big deal to explain to everybody that it works. It works, and it's not a big political sacrifice. It is not a big political sacrifice. It simply works. So I just wanted to make this final point in the closure of my intervention, because I think it is important to take this dimension, make it global, and be able to respond globally to a crisis by having a central access to information. Thank you, Carsten.
Yeah, Razvan, thank you very much. I think we can all agree to your last words that the global dimension and the necessity to work together out of the different regions is very important, because as you said, crisis, being it military and political crisis or nature crisis or pandemics, are global. And then we saw that in the COVID times, that was really a global challenge that we had to overcome. And this is absolutely correct. So now I go back to the European Union, to Philip Cornelis, to European Commission. What we maybe not really focus on this day here is cybersecurity and data sharing. And here I have a question, in the framework of the Digital European Sky, and we all know that's on the way, and will make hopefully air transport smarter, more sustainable, connected, and accessible to all civil military airspace users, including new entrants. So, Philip, would you please elaborate a little bit on the challenges that this digital transformation is facing in terms of secure data sharing and cybersecurity?
Thank you, Carsten. Indeed, digitalization is a big topic for this decade, if I may say so. It was this European Commission, when it started its mandate a couple of years ago, they had two headline objectives. One was, of course, the Green Deal and climate action, and the other was digitalization. Got a little bit snowed under in the Green Deal, all the attention that climate and environmental issues have had, but it's still there, and it's going to be there for the years to come. And there has been a lot of work at a cross economy level. We've developed new regulations like the Data Act that applies to everything we do. There recently also discussions on Artificial Intelligence Act, how artificial intelligence can develop in our society. So it is a big topic, and of course in aviation it is as well, because at the end of the day, particularly in an area like air navigation, it's essentially a data issue. I mean, it's not like producing steel where you need heat and raw materials. Air navigation is just processing information. Digitalization definitely is the way to go. There is a lot of data available. It's not like some other sectors that don't collect data and still need to start from that. In aviation, there is an abundance of data already collected, but in many cases, it's not used or not fully used. It's often not shared, and therefore we're not using it to the full extent to bring all the benefits that digitalization can bring us, including more real-time operations that we do need. And there I disagree a little bit with my neighbor who says we never plan to fly the optimal route. Well, we should be planning to fly the optimal route, but for that we do need more real-time capabilities in all the dimensions that you correctly mentioned. That is not just a question of straight route. So this digitalization is something that we need to do together. Of course, even though we have a lot of data, we also have a lot of challenges because we set very high safety standards. It was referred to before. We cannot just experiment as freely as perhaps some other domains. We have security requirements. We have, of course, legacy systems in our sector that weigh heavily on the speed of innovation. We have a multitude of actors that need to work together. We don't have a single center of control. Definitely in Europe, we don't. So all these elements are challenges in the way towards digitalization, and maybe that's why it's not going as fast as it could. But it needs to be our focus. It will be presumably the main topic for the revision of our so-called ATM master plan that we've had as a collective plan for the technological modernization of ATM in Europe. It's going to be renewed. This process or updated will start this autumn. And it's definitely going to be about digitalization, data services, cross-border services, interoperability, and so on. We don't have all the answers in Europe, but we are also, I think, a useful laboratory because we do have a lot of players. We have a lot of control centers, and we have a network manager who has a capability to bring all that together. So we can test out a lot of things in this domain. Of course, always keeping in mind that aviation is global, and you correctly referred to that, Razvan, and we need to work together at ICAO level on these topics, but also with our partners where we have most traffic, like the United States. It's very important to ensure also their interoperability and to make sure the investments we make are fit to be used across the world. So those are some of the issues that we hope to be able to develop in coming years in a consensual way, starting off with the next iteration of the ATM master plan.
Philip, thank you very much. And that gives me the opportunity, looking to the time, to wrap up this second panel. We heard a lot about civil and military requirements on the one hand, but on the other hand, also to share all this information and to share also the bulk of data we have and we collect in the area of aviation. What we need to do is to bring all together from the civilian and military side. And this was one of the foundations, this meeting, to start the way. Every 1 mile run starts with the first step. And I hope you know that we are here doing this in the right direction together with ICAO. And I will hand over to Porek to sum up what we heard today. And looking to the time, you are early then on to your buses or wherever you want to go. So we are on time, on target. And I will hand over to Porek now for the last words, and then I will give an outlook to the future events.
Thank you, Carsten. And I think first, a big thank you to Carsten and the fantastic panel for picking up the conversation and developing it more this afternoon. Well done to all of you. So this is the wrap-up sheet. Right, I've been listening very carefully. So this is where you discover I'm a professional engineer and aerodynamicist, not a professional note taker. Let's see how I get on. So I think if we arrange our feedback under the headings of current situation, challenges, and kind of requirements, here we go, and what we can do to enhance cooperation. So I think the first thing currently, look around. We're talking, not everyone's in uniform, but quite a few are. We're talking. So the first current thing to notice, please, is the conversation is underway. We're talking. And we heard earlier that we've got much to be proud of. As you look back at the developments people talked about over the last 20 years, we have seen a continuing merging and convergence of recognition that actually there is only one airspace and that the best way to use it is to work together. I heard some really great commentary too about saying, let's actually recognize we've got common airspace, one airspace. Let's make sure that we work together and not compete in order that we are continuing to use it as safely and efficiently as possible. I think I also saw a real understanding of the benefits that flexible use of airspace can bring. The obvious ones are about how can you increase capacity to cope with increasing demand safely, but we also heard about the importance of dynamic use of airspace, not allowing airspace to remain idle when it could be put into use. The benefits not just to operational capability for the military, but also the benefits from an environmental protection point of view, both civil and military. And finally, in some of the opening remarks of the keynote speakers, we heard the benefits the flexible use of airspace can bring, even to something as simple as enabling state economies to have a regular and safe and efficient civil airspace community that actually is able to provide economic support that in the end also helps to support the defense budget. It makes it a nice holistic view. Willingness was a key word this morning. And I think what I heard people say was there's signs of growing willingness. And that willingness is being brought to a head by examples of success. I've heard repeated references to Air Defender, and that is an exemplar of what possible looks like. But I've also heard we're not as flexible as we could be. And that's not a comment about military use or civil use, either one particularly. It's basically saying that when we look at flexible use of airspace, we have to think of it as part of a wider system. So you can open a sector and then an airline won't use it. So we need to have a view of flexible use of airspace within that wider context of frameworks, governance, the wider piece that needs to be put in to make sure that when airspace is offered, airspace can be used. I wanted to actually come back to something that Juan Carlos, the Secretary General of ICAO, said at the start, which might not have meant a lot to everybody in the room. He talked about TBO, swim, FFICE. And when I heard some of the comments about we're not able to use the airspace when it's offered on the civil side, actually there's huge programs underway to help provide real-time data to everybody in the system so that truly we can get optimized trajectories from point of departure to point of arrival, taking into account winds, weather, airspaces that have been designated dynamically not available. And in fact, on Monday, I had a meeting with Boeing's chief test pilot where he had just come back from a multi-regional trajectory-based operation in the Far East, starting off in Tokyo and finishing, I think, in Indonesia. So it's just to say that on the when people are expressing exasperation about why is it when we make airspace available, it can't be used? The answer is it hurts everybody, civil side as well. And really, we're working our socks off to try and make sure that that doesn't continue in the future. So just a little bit of a plug for that piece of work. But it also brings me on to another point that I heard this morning that I've not heard anyone say before, but it really struck home for me. Culture, mindset. And actually one of the most important things was finger pointing and blaming. We've really got to understand that if we're working together and participating together, that doesn't just mean we don't compete against each other. It also means if things don't work out or they're not going as well as we want them to, that's seen as an opportunity to do better, not as a reason to point at somebody having let us down or failed or not done what we need them to do. And I thought that sense of a new mindset that truly is committed to collaboration and participation, I think is a really, really important point. And it doesn't need technologies, it just needs attitude and mindset. I thought that was very insightful. As we come then to the challenges going forward, we've just heard it yet again in the current panel. Everybody is seeing the demand for the available airspace climbing like crazy, whether it's needing 2 or 3 times the airspace you currently need for military training just because you're bringing a new platform on board. And no matter what you do with increasing training in a simulated environment, as we heard, there's nothing like training as we intend to fight as a way of working. And the consequence of that from an airspace access and airspace demand point of view, from the military perspective, is very, very significant. In other words, we can't keep doing it the way we do it today. We're going to have to do it differently. Otherwise, everybody's going to be restricted. We also heard much debate about the fact that the need for increased capacity isn't just about what we see around us today. We can expect 6th generation platforms to need even more airspace. We can expect new entrants at high altitude, medium altitude, and low altitude. So the continuing demand for capacity and safe separation at all levels of airspace, it's only going one direction, and that's an increasing demand. So number one challenge is right there facing us. I think the second challenge that I heard people talking about was actually none of this is going to work if we don't have the right confidence in each other, if we don't trust each other, if we don't stop to understand each other's needs. And in fact, if we keep talking about each other, I think what we're really saying is there's really only one thing to think about, and that is users of airspace. And as we move forward in the debate this afternoon, we heard about how if we think about ourselves as one set of users of airspace, then we need to work towards common procedures, common technologies, common tools, and I would say even a common language. Civil community and the military community speak differently about what their operational realities are. I also heard a very strong point about a focus on state sovereignty and state activities being insufficient. Not only is that the case for things like Air Defender that we've just seen, which could not be accommodated within one state, never was intended to, that actually you suddenly find yourself needing to look cross-border, work with nearby states, and move to a much more international reach. But at the same time, from a logistics point of view, you can't stand long transit times. Air-to-air refueling just to get to your training point relentlessly puts more fragility into your training exercises and means in the end that you've got a less stable proposition for the training that you're trying to do. And that doesn't just mean cost, it also means fuel burn and actually the probability of success in completing the exercises. There was a very strong conversation too about the experience that's already out there globally. And we talked about document 10088, and I heard discussions about the webinars that have been held globally in every region. And my colleague Pascal, if anyone's interested in getting more information, go see Pascal and he can give you some information about that document. Because actually what we're hearing is people are making success of this, they are enjoying the benefits, but perhaps we're not very good at getting the word out in the way that we would want to. Another key message. We need to find ways to work together. And most importantly, we don't need flexible use of airspace in the future. We need flexible use of airspace today. And the people who are going to make that happen are the people in this room on this live stream. You heard a very strong point from one of our keynote speakers. If you leave it to somebody else to do, you won't get what you want. So commit, get going. This is the start of the conversation. Requirements to move to the next item on the list. In fact, it became pretty clear, didn't it? We really want Air Defender every hour of every day, 24/7 throughout the year. So to build on that, the requirements that we heard about were, okay, that was months and months in the planning. In the end, it had limits to the flexibility that could be offered day to day. So what are the things that would allow us to to make that possible as a dynamic way of working? How would we operationalize that best practice and make sure that from a civil military point of view, we really are as interoperable and dynamic as we possibly can be? And we heard that that comes from an EU point of view. It could be as high as a common civil military airspace policy at an EU level. But we also heard that if you take it from a much more global point of view, actually there are frameworks to help get the right conversations happening, putting the right governance in place, and allowing even the possibility of a dual-use equipage that's done at in a strategic and intentional way. So some pretty heavy-hitting frameworks being talked about. We also talked about harmonization of procedures. If we are going to be working cross-border more and more and civil military more and more, then what can we do to harmonize the procedures cross-border, internationally, and across the two airspace user groups? We heard that requirements, we're going to need awesome planning, excellent communications, super governance, and complete consistency. And that one of the ways that we see that happening is not just through these frameworks, but actually through real tools and systems and devices to help us to move forward. We heard talk about the INM system from EUROCONTROL and some of the capabilities that that has, and also just this general sense that SWIM, FFICE, trajectory-based operations are all about interconnectivity, real-time data exchange. And so we are imagining a system where actually, to the maximum extent possible, civil and military plans and real-time data are being shared in a way that allows the use of airspace to be optimized. And as I say that, I'm also reminded of the cybersecurity warning that we heard, and also our reality. The civil community can't know everything about military operations. Civil community can't have access to all military data, nor should it need to if the right thinking is put into place. And we understand that the philosophy is to use the airspace well, not to try to understand everything about every requirement or every request for access to airspace. It's going to be that's going to be a very delicate balancing act to get right, I suspect. Last thing I guess I wanted to pick up on was metrics, because I heard much conversation here about we do really want to know how we're doing. Are we really using the airspace to the maximum that we possibly could? Because if we find that we're not, then that gives us an opportunity to do better. So there was much talk about, could we have metrics that would help us to know that we're doing a good job and really getting things done as best we can. And then I guess finally enhancing further ICAO EUROCONTROL cooperation. I can't believe that's possible, given how connected and welcome and warm it feels for ICAO to be in this building, and how often and frequent our engagements are, not just here, but globally, actually. But what we are keen to do is tell you a little bit more about some of the plans we've got for you all, just in case you thought you were going home never to return. Don't think so. Here comes Karsten.
Porek, thank you very much for your assessment and summary. I cannot agree more to the points you mentioned. And then I would like to go to the next slide, which present us a little bit the way ahead and some events where you are invited to participate. First of all, we have the Air Navigation World 2023, Shaping the Skies of Tomorrow. What a great title, in Montreal, 28th to 31st of August this year. And then we have the ICAO Air Navigation World 2023, ATM procedures for today in Singapore, end of October. And then we are looking, obviously, to the Global Technical Conference on Civil-Military Aviation Cooperation. So more the perception and view of the technology side in the first quarter 2025. And we will continue on a recurrent basis with the Global Civil-Military Aviation Summit. Then afterwards, probably in 2026 or maybe end of 2025, we will see how that work out with the other summits that we will have. And we're looking forward to meet you there again. I would like to thank you all for your participation inside this room, but also outside online. And I would like to thank the panelists and all the guest speakers for today for their outstanding interventions. And last but not least, I would like to thank the organizers of the team. First of all, Alvaro and his team at EUROCONTROL, but also in cooperation with ICAO, Pascal and all the other contributors here. So at least from my perception, I think it was a success for the first meeting that we had. Very nice conversations, and I invite you outside for a last coffee or drink before you leave this building and go wherever you want to go. And I wish you safe travel and looking forward to see you again. Thank you very much.